Let's go. Let's go. Continue. Absolutely. Oh, was there information on that screen that was, like, relevant to me in ways that I maybe had not seen previously? Hold. 4%, 12%. Okay, these are percents, not actual values. 4% of stars. Huh? How many stars is that 4%? If there's 24 stars, is that even real? 24 stars? Like, 24 stars means that every star is about 4%. Yeah, okay, sure, that's fine. That checks out. Every star is 4.5%, I guess, because percents are weird. Sure. And I have 1 star? I have exactly 1 star, is that right? Surely we can do better than that. Alright, so what am I up to, actually? I could go back in full clear World 1, which is probably on my list of things to do. What is this? It doesn't have a name. What is this? Lost Labs. Oh, okay. I could keep bullying forward and unlocking things, right? Now that this is unlocked, I can find the Lost Lab that has a schematic, and that'll presumably unlock the next thing in the ring. This doesn't even have a thing? An icon? I guess because there's like a big central building in each place that I'm trying to build a bridge to. And I don't know what the big central building is in the Eastern Wetlands. Considering I've done actual nothing in the Eastern Wetlands, that checks out. That's probably real. Alright, let's keep exploring the Grasslands Ring, then. Maybe we'll do a full clear, maybe we won't. Maybe I'll solve some gold puzzles, maybe I won't. But I want to at least attempt doing something more thorough in a single location before I start trying to rush unlocks. So I guess we'll see how that goes. Let's see if I can remember the layout of this place too, right? That's potentially an interesting question. Where are things? Where have I been? What is that blue hand icon that is directly underneath me, I suppose? It's a puzzle under there? Alright, well, I want to know more. How do I get there? What is the best / easiest way to get to whatever puzzle is underneath here? Probably involves going some amount of around. Why won't you let me jump through windows? Robot. Yeah? He doesn't have a lot of junk in the trunk, does 1K. So, while this robot does have a robot, it's not particularly impressive. Oh, right. I'm locked into this area, this, like, precursor area with puzzles 1 and 2. Until I've beaten those puzzles and then get out. Now maybe I can go around and find out what's going on. That is, what's the blue hand thing? Tell me more. Tell me more about this strange world I find myself in. More worried about, like, points of interest and locales than I am about what the hell is this? Oh. Well then. Oh, it's a blue robot hand. Okay, so it's going to be another reader of some kind. I guess that's one that I've already found. It's just why it's on the list of things. That would make some sense. We'll check it out later. Hypatia. From Hypatia's Journals, Volume 1, The Founding of New Jerusalem. We finally set out from the dam today. The site that Athena and Cornelius picked for the city isn't far, but the vegetation makes the going difficult. New Jerusalem, remind me? New Jerusalem is the name of the city that I got taken to right at the start? The city that we did some exploring in? Because there was some talk about another city potentially being built. But New Jerusalem is the one I've already been in, not the one that is hypothesized. Yes. Great. We found the secondary supply site easily enough thanks to Alexandra Drennan's instructions. But while I still have to compile a detailed inventory, it seems that many of the more complex materials are in bad shape. Understandable. They must have expected the simulation to fulfill its purpose a lot sooner, but then they probably expected all 12 of us to be there from day one, not just Athena. Tonight we have to use the 2 recharging pods that we brought from the dam in 4-hour shifts. Athena was the first one? Athena was the first one. Which is just as well. There's no telling what sort of critters are hiding in the undergrowth, and most of them will have to learn that our kind isn't edible. Vala Exterior 2. Vala Exterior 2. Hold. Want more information about... Not my log. Research? Yeah, okay. Vala Exterior 2. Have I already been to both of these? I guess by virtue of smacking my hand on it, I've unlocked the things, even though I haven't read them. There was a Vala Exterior 1. There was a Vala 1. What's Vala? What is Vala? Do I know what Vala is? Not sure I know what Vala is, other than it is a thing that this is exterior to. And relevant to figure out this naming convention at some point. From the introduction to Are We There Yet? Where We Came From, Where We're Going, and Why You'll Need Snacks by Valerie Contera Romero. Sometimes people point at the last few hundred or thousand years of human history and say, look at how ugly it all is. Look at what a mess we've made. Maybe modernity was a bad idea. Maybe we should stick to living like cavemen. And I get it, it is ugly and messy, but the mistake is thinking that where we are right now is the end point, that this is the adulthood of the human species. I mean, try to apply what you know about human development to human history. Think about babies. Babies are ugly. Admit it, we all know it. They look like tiny old people covered in mucus. Gross. They have soft heads. Extra gross. And they grow into children, tiny sociopaths with underdeveloped brains. And then they become teenagers, pimply, self-righteous lunatics driven by hormones. I would qualify humanity as a group of sociopaths with underdeveloped brains. Alright. Humanity as a whole is a child. And then slowly, if you're lucky, they gradually become adults. The development of the human individual is always ugly and messy, but that's the point. It's development towards something. The same applies to humanity as a whole. On a geological scale, we've barely just come into existence. The geological scale. We've gotten through the baby phase, just about survived our childhood, but we're barely teenagers. Stopping here would be disastrous, and a betrayal of everything that we could still become. We may feel the weight of history on our shoulders, but this is just the prologue. To put it in pop culture terms, we haven't even made it out of the tutorial yet. That's cute. Just because it's all pimples and hormones and frustration right now doesn't mean it's never going to change. I think I know people who are adults that I would qualify as tiny sociopaths with underdeveloped brains. Considerations of Beginnings and Endings by Elwyn258. I think all that time Athena spent in the dead city changed her. I don't think she had conceived of the goal before. I think she believed fully in the naively optimistic ideas of Alexandra Drennan. But walking through those ruins is a visceral experience, and she spent a great deal of time there looking for resources. They were kind of... They talked a bit about the goal earlier on. Capital G goal. And if I am remembering correctly, Athena had a goal lowercase g, but it took everybody kind of canonizing her and turning her into a goddess in their minds to make it a capital G goal. And that maybe was what Athena intended, but maybe not really what Athena intended. Of course, without talking to Athena, we don't really have any firm understanding, but I presume that'll happen at some point. because I am the protagonist, and I get everything I want. It's the sheer amount of death that gets to me. How many animals our ancestors killed, many to the point of extinction. Entire species eradicated, sometimes for the most superficial reasons. Whenever humans arrived somewhere, death would follow. Oh, see, this is the problem, is the robots are thinking of themselves as humans, with all of the problems that humans had. Whereas, it's kind of easy to just not model your modern existence after humanity, and just be better about things. And then the great blowback, the deaths of billions of thinking things, the extinction of humanity itself. Are we calling the disease karma? Waha. Okay. It's too horrific to truly imagine, but I suspect the founder spent a great deal of time doing just that. That's when she must have realized that there was no way back to the growth-obsessed, all-consuming civilization of the past. It's probably accurate. Okay, yeah, once I have stuck my hand on one of these, it shows up as a point of interest. There's not really a lot of reason to go back to one of them, but I accept that it's there. There was a specific thing that I wanted to look at, and I don't remember. Oh, I kind of remember what it was. It was like a flower statue looking thing that felt like it might be associated with fires. Sparks, I believe the game has called them. And I have not... I saw one of those statues and I didn't investigate it closely. And then later, I saw one of those statues and had a spark just lying in front of it. Oh, there's no way this doesn't have a QR code on it. Are you kidding me? This is like perfectly sized for a QR code. It didn't occur to me when it was upright, but now that it's like slanted here in exactly the right position too. Somebody find me a paint can. Where is there a paint can? I know there's a paint can somewhere in this level. There's no way there's not a paint can somewhere around here. Man, who built this place? This would have taken so much work to put all of this together. This is stream 2, Garrett. I have not a lot of coverage. I pushed into World 2 because I had it unlocked and solved 2 puzzles. And I have unlocked World 3 and not visited yet. So, our current plan is to spend a bunch of time in World 1 and explore some more. And maybe after that, be aggressive with unlocks and see how deep we can go. Because I think that's kind of funny. To just put Bull forward and not exactly sequence break, but see how deep into the game it'll let me get. This is the way in. This was the level that when I jumped into it, it punished me for it. Not that it matters over much, because I ended up solving it correctly. It already seems like an experience. Oh, it really is. I spent a good portion of the first stream in the starting city. There's a lot of, like, talking to robots that you can do and kind of exploring an area that doesn't really have puzzles, but is almost entirely world building. And that was really cool. That was really interesting to see kind of what they're doing with the game after Talos Principle 1. And how the stuff from Talos Principle 1 fed into what you're doing here in TP2. Oh god. Now I'm kind of just running around. Also, the worlds are like really open, like really, really big. No, you're welcome to stick around, honestly. I don't think that there's too much that you might be missing some context, but as long as you're not worried about puzzle spoilers, I think you're fine. It seems like a lot of this game is probably designed to be experienced in kind of any order. The same way that like TP1, you know, the terminals didn't really depend on you having found previous terminals, right? Like there was just a bunch of stuff there. You could talk to Milton whenever you wanted to talk to Milton. But there will definitely be puzzle spoilers. So if you're planning on working through the puzzles on your own, that's absolutely a thing that will happen here. What the hell was that statue? It was in the back here somewhere. But I don't remember how to get to it. Yeah, this is definitely still very early puzzles. I am focused on World 1 right now. Also, I'm just running around outside of the puzzles at the moment, kind of coming to grips with what the area looks like and figuring out what, if anything, is important out here. Does this have switches? This does not have switches. Okay. Alright, well, I don't see the thing, but if I go solve some puzzles, I'm sure I will see the thing eventually. So let's go to puzzle 3. Is this the way to puzzle 3? I think this might be the way to a triangle. This looks suspiciously out of the way. Yeah, I've already done this one. Alright, I'll come back to that later. Sure, I've seen 2 new mechanics. There's new mechanics in each zones. And there's, little, like, kind of tutorials, but also, like, like lab terminals that have like a demo of the mechanic in a variety of ways. Actually, okay, maybe I should go find that terminal so you can see what I'm talking about. Because that was actually kind of cool. Like, that was neat to see. Where the heck am I, actually? I think I need to get at that place from behind? Which would have been that one terminal that I was trying to get to at the very beginning and then kind of ignored as soon as I realized it was a terminal I'd been to. Oh, what's up, Robot? What do you have to say for yourself?
How can I help you?
Miranda.
Going on what little we have.
What do we know about Miranda?
Honestly, she reminds me of myself when I'd just been born. I came out from the dam at night, and the sky was full of stars.
I can see how that would affect you.
I felt
Turn
a
you into an
reverence
explorer.
there, an almost ecstatic connection to the sublime. The universe seemed like a miracle, and to exist within it was the greatest possible honor. That view was tempered in time, but I've always tried to hold on to as much of it as I could.
Cool. Alright, remind me who Miranda is. Oh, Miranda is someone I got into a weird dream, maybe? And saw Miranda doing things? Yes, the lab. That was back here somewhere, yes? That's the other terminal. This isn't the lab. This is just another terminal. It should be on my compass? Oh, man. If only I knew which element of my compass was the lab. That thing? There's definitely things on the compass that I have no idea what they are. That's a puzzle that I could probably do. Yeah, Okay, that's probably the lab. Now that I can kind of see what it is. That looks labby. Man, this place is huge. Just really very big. Yeah, this is what I wanted. So this is the thing I was talking about. Kind of shows you a preview of one of the new mechanics. This actually wasn't the one that I was looking for. Because this shows the preview of a mechanic that doesn't show up until World 2, I think. But it does show you a device, and an effect the device has. The one that I was thinking of was the one that showed the RGB shifter, which I think is also in this world somewhere. Maybe that was in the first area, like within the 1 and 2 area, since I think 1 and 2 both used that. Yep. Makes sense, makes sense. Door noises. It's a weird server room. Cool. Feels like there should be more in here. There was more in the other one. I guess this is Vala. If I look at this reader. This is Vala. Vala 1 specifically. Maybe Valley Lab? Because this is like Grasslands Valley or something? But anyway, the cool new mechanic for this world, we'll go into Puzzle 3, we'll probably see it, is the RGB shifter. And what that does is it takes in colored lasers and outputs the color that you didn't give it. And since there are 3 different colors of lasers, red, green, and blue, you feed it 2 lasers, and it gives you the 3rd. 3 is up there somewhere, I guess. Stuck in the water. How do I get out of the water? Hey, I found 3 and also a way out of the water. Delightful. Puzzle 3. Here we go. Castling. So, this is our goal. Behind a red laser door. We have a red laser, and we have an RGB shifter. And another RGB shifter. Oh boy. And then this will open this and get me a green laser. Okay, so if this were to connect to green and red, it would output blue. Perfect. And since I need red, we need to get green and blue and output that. Oh. I see how this might be a problem. Alright, new plan. You keep your connections, and you do so from... No, you don't keep your connections. You connect these two. So you're outputting blue. And then this here will output green. We'll get green and blue, and output red. I couldn't have kept it the other way, because then the lasers interfere with each other, which is a very Talos Principle thing. I can't have the lasers cross. You can't cross the lasers. Otherwise, it's not exactly world ending, but the lasers stop working. Yeah, you can't cross the streets. Exactly. So I have now found 1 more Tetramino in this world.
I've managed to extract an audio file from 1K's data stream incident.
Oh, that was the one with Miranda.
It's hard to be sure, because it's just a fragment, but I think it's some kind of log or diary.
We finished a new lab today. Some processes are still harder than others. but energy output was up 2,000%. It's incredible how each leap forward enables another. The next iteration of the machine will...
So as we suspected, someone was experimenting here, but experimenting on what? What was this machine they were building?
Maybe it's whatever powers the megastructure.
You're in New York City right now. You saw it at the Ghostbusters office on your first day. That's awesome. That's super cool. So the bare bones of the story that we're... Aha! It's a thing! Oh, I have to actually make that jump? Wow, rude. The bare bones of the story is... our robot, 1K, is the last of the robots that is intended to be made after the conclusion of TP1, which produced a robot that went into the outside world, as opposed to just a robot in Elohim's simulation. As part of our name day celebration, or whatever, like the celebration for us coming out of the facility. Gimme.
I think you just picked up some kind of decryption key.
Oh,
Could try using it on those terminals inside the puzzles.
Ha! As if I want anybody to do the work for me. Listen, buddy, I'm playing this game for a reason. And that reason is not to have the game play itself for me. Anyway, during our celebration, there was a big, essentially ghost-looking thing in the sky from an unexplained energy signature place somewhere else. And we're now exploring the location where that energy signature came from. And it turns out it's a bunch of puzzles that seem to be modeled after the Talos Principle simulation. Which is, of course, very confusing. What's up, Yakut?
I can't stop thinking about Miranda.
Hey, you and me
A
both,
new
buddy.
person not born in New Jerusalem? Can you imagine that? I wonder what it's like to be her.
Maybe she's more free than we are. Depends on who created her is a good answer, actually. I think I like that one.
That's true. Just look at our team. Imagine getting your worldview from Byron versus, say, Melville. The outcome couldn't be more different. Which brings us back to the question of who built this place. Guess we'll have to wait and see.
What do you make of these labs?
They're very different from the rest of these structures in that they serve a clear purpose. Everything else is kind of surreal, but the labs are places where people lived and worked.
And experimented.
I don't know what that means, but I think it means something.
Everything means something. Thanks for your input. Yes, robots talk. Hello, Gringene. Welcome to the stream. Is there any indication that these choices make any difference? I think, so far, only in the dialogues that you receive. There is one place where I had to make some, like, ethical judgments, kind of the same way that you did in TP1, that I feel like might make a difference on what happens afterwards, but that has not been proven one way or the other. Anyway, I found a fire. Oh, speaking of fires... Shadowed. You said there's a set number of fires per world, like a static number of fires that is the same in each world, it sounded like? It's just really shallow water. Apparently water is bad for us, but most water is shallow. 2 per zone. Okay. So there is a fire in this zone I still haven't found. Is that tracked anywhere? Like, do I get to know how many fires I have found in each zone if I come back to this game after, like, a month of not doing anything? Stars is tracked, I'm aware. Sparks are not. Okay. I didn't start the fire. It's a good thing you know that much about fires. I didn't start the fire. Is getting up here doing me any good? No, there's nothing up here. Okay, cool. At some point, I should stop just running around and exploring, and maybe do some focused puzzle solving. But, I don't know what that point is going to be. It's been always burning since the world's been turning. Oh, you know a lot about fires. Teach me your ways about fires. If only I knew about fires, maybe that would help. That's how the Olympics keep working. I think this is the same miracle that happened during Hanukkah. So I guess there's a lot of fires that have just, you know, been burning for longer than expected. Honestly, if you think of it that way, it's kind of disappointing that they keep reusing the same miracle. Are robots out in the world now? Yes. So the end of TP1 is a robot going out into the world from the simulation. The beginning of TP2 is the creation and release of our protagonist, 1K, who is the 1000th such robot. Lazy writing? I always knew it. You know, you look at the Bible and you think, wow, that author was real lazy. Is there anything cool out here? I want there to be something cool out here. Why is the 1000th robot significant in a base 2 world? Arbitrary. The original robot, Athena. Hello? Hold that thought. It'll be back. I found a radiator. Does it go into... Ah, yes, it does. A device for generating heat. Unlike ourselves, our ancestors could only survive in a limited spectrum of temperatures. Devices such as this one allowed them to artificially create the conditions that allowed them to thrive. How lucky. I have something else tagged here as like new or unread. What else is new or unread? This one. The spark! Ah, yes, of course. The mythological Prometheus was a trickster, and it seems his holographic equivalent has similar tendencies. These sparks seem designed to allow us to skip puzzles, a function which appears to run counter to whatever intent there is behind this place. Still, the terminals for using them are right there in the puzzles, so Prometheus must have some legitimate authority in all this. Spark can be recovered by properly solving the puzzles. Oh, really? So I could use a spark and then get it back by solving the puzzle? That's kind of cool. I was talking about the founder. Athena, the first robot, who has since been kind of, I think canonized is the wrong word, but, deified? Deified is probably the word I'm looking for, by the other robots, expressed the idea that there should be a limit to how much growth we new humans engage in, so as to not to repeat the sins of the original humans. And arbitrarily, the number 1000 was hit. Not because I think it is particularly meaningful to robots, but because it's a nice big round number. Hey, Alcatraz.
To talk to you.
Oh, well
this,
then.
Vision you had, the data stream overload.
Let's talk.
How did it feel?
How did it feel? It was just data. I will say it was unpleasant at first, then beautiful.
Don't you worry that maybe your first impression was correct? And after that, your mind was basically being hijacked?
Ooh. Felt more like my mind was being expanded.
Either way, an external force influenced your thoughts. It affected your mind. Don't take that too lightly, okay?
I promise to be careful. But also, talk to me? Oh, don't talk to me. I guess we're never talking about that again. Well, too bad. Oh, is that how it went, Gringine? It's, you know, been a couple of days since my first stream, so I'm fuzzy on some of the details. But yeah, that sounds about right. I mean, there was the idea of growth, and then the founder was like, actually, what with, you know, the things that humanity did and all, maybe only a certain amount of growth. And 1,000 was the number they stopped on. Puzzle 8? Sure. Puzzle 8. And tank... Wait, have I done this one? I feel like I've done this one. Oh, I have not done this one. Sacrifice one of my sparks and I will free the fire hidden in this labyrinth. I could have sworn I've done entanglement. Correct. Not only am I the most recent, I am explicitly the last robot they plan on making, given the current state of affairs. Okay, but I can recover the spark, right? I'm going to sacrifice one of my sparks. Okay. And that just opens up the thing. Like, it just frees it here. And sends the new Tetramino piece. Oh, but then the spark stays there. So if I then solve the puzzle... New interface content available. City news. Welcome to New Jerusalem social media. The long-awaited birth of our 1,000th and final citizen was interrupted today by an unknown projection in the skies. The projection, which identified itself as Prometheus, goaded New Jerusalem inhabitants in indecipherable incantations. Excuse me? There was nothing indecipherable about it. It's pretty explicit. In an interview with 1K, he speculated that the projection could be the work of a surviving ancient human. A startling idea. Could 1K be right? The source of the projection was tracked to a remote, mysterious island, and a team led by Byron, number 7, is now en route, joined by 1K himself. Soon we will discover whether this cryptid is truth or fiction. Mayor Hermanubis, number 452, has once again called for calm, and promises that New Jerusalem will be safe so long as its citizens do not forget the ideals of the goal as set forth by the founder. This is actually a perfect summary of my first 5 hours of gameplay. Like, this pretty well summarizes everything that I have been through up until getting to this new area and starting to explore. Says I have 2 spark tokens, which, yeah, I have 2 spark tokens. Now I only have 1 spark token. But if I solve this puzzle, I might have another spark token. So I guess let's solve this puzzle. Right? Alright, what do we have access to? We got a regular connector, not an RGB shifter. My first 5 hours was pretty slow. I mean, have you met me? We got a green. We've got a nothing. We've got another green. Okay, well, let's open this up and see what I get out of it. More greens. Oh, but this is only on if we have green here. And at the moment, we have blue and red over here. Okay. And this doesn't come loose. And I want this box. Alright, so as it stands right now, what we're looking at is we want to get a box and either a connector or an RGB shifter onto here. Probably an RGB shifter, right? I can also, actually, I can get you to output blue. So then this can somewhat easier collect red and blue and get green. There's nothing in here other than the red laser, but that's not going to matter once I get this box. Alright, so box goes here. Wow, that is narrow. I don't need this green connection anymore. But I do need green. Can you get red from here? You sure can't. Yeah, there was a whole lot of city. Can I get red and blue to the RGB shifter, like here, maybe? I can get blue there, but if this closes, I don't have blue anymore. So both of these need to be opened in order for me to get green into here? Oh, which is what the box is for. Okay, great. Love it. Super good. So box. Now this will give me green. And I want to get green into there. So maybe we use this here to get red. And then this can get red from here. Oh, that needs to be open. So now this can get red and blue, and then turn this on. Which is quite high, it turns out. Okay, so what if I just put this here? Alright, this can't get green directly. Oh, wow. Okay. But this can make green once it's high up enough. Which is going to require... I'm not missing anything here, right? Is this climbable? Okay, yeah, that doesn't work unless I have the box there. So, let's get the box there. And have this connect to red. And then also connect this to red. And to that. And then I stand here till it works. Stand there till it works. Beautiful. And then this doesn't need to be there anymore, and now I can take green over to here. Brilliant. All right, give me my spark back. Yep, give me the spark back. Fantastic. All right. This fire has already been freed. Seek the light elsewhere, but I can also restart the puzzle. So that is 7 of the 8 puzzles I need to solve. Of which 2 were bonus puzzles, because that's who I am as a person. So we can solve the rest of the puzzles here, but let's solve one more puzzle out here and figure out what the hell is up with the bridge. That sounds like a reasonable next step. Everything is that way, huh? All things are that way, so what's this way? There's even a path going this way. It's probably one of the triangle puzzles that I have already resolved. It's Alcatraz again. Alcatraz is just hanging out here, huh? Oh, hey, look! Hey, look! It is a source of green! It is a source of green visible from outside of the puzzle! Ah, I bet that's not going to be important! Not that I have found either a connector or a thing that cares about it yet. But, like, that's just super obvious. I would be extremely surprised if there aren't meta puzzles in this game. I wouldn't be extremely surprised if that particular green wasn't relevant to a meta puzzle. Like, there might just not be a meta puzzle in World 1. I would be very surprised if there's no meta puzzles in this game. Very surprised. What else is happening? Is this relevant to my interests? This looks like it wants a star, or is relevant to a star, which maybe means I need to find another star out in the world and follow it, which is what happened to the first star. Where do you suppose another star might be? Did I look closely up at the thing? This thing? This doesn't actually give me a lot of information. It looks like there ought to be text around the edges. But, oh, up. That's not Prometheus. The first one was Prometheus. This isn't the Sphinx either, which is like some weird puzzle-solving thing. I don't know who that is. Is that Pandora? She's got a box? Oh, look! It's a thing to connect green to. Well? Here we go. I wonder if I can get in there and just connect it directly. Or if I need an outside connector for it. Like, from in here, can I see that? Where was it? There. Alright, this doesn't need to be open anymore. But we might need to do that. Wait, is this just, like, open forever now? Neat. Can I be on here? Keep connections. Jump here. Okay, that's not what I wanted. I wanted you to connect. I don't think this is working. Is there a limit to how many things can be connected to it? Doesn't seem likely. Yeah, it doesn't look like I can do that from here. I want this to work, but it doesn't look like it is working, which is a shame. Alright, what if... with one less connector... Yeah, that's not working from here. Okay. Oh, interesting. By solving the puzzle, it's forcing all the doors open. That's really convenient. I guess the next question is, how do I get a connector out of a puzzle? Because that seems like how I would solve this. So at this point, this connector is loose, but I don't have a good way out of the puzzle, do I? Oh, that's instant. Okay. Okay, fine. Do I think this is coming out with me? Not immediately. I'm wondering if there's another puzzle that I can get one out of. Or if there's one just out in the world that I can find. We could try looking at some of the other puzzles, I guess. That's probably a thing that might be relevant. Plenty of places from out here that I would be able to put a thing to connect directly, if there was a connector to connect. But then I need to find that connector first. Which, this part of the world looks like places I haven't been, so maybe there's just a connector lying around out here. It's potentially real. It's really a shame it didn't let me directly connect the two. That would have been ideal. Alright, well, I'm betting this is a puzzle, so maybe this is the puzzle I'm looking for. This is one of the star puzzles? Did this one have fans? No fans here. Fans would be the easy way to get out. Fans and cubes. Oh, there was a puzzle with cubes. Feel like a meta puzzle wouldn't put the source and the connector in the same puzzle. Yeah, probably not. There was a puzzle with fans and cubes. I'm worried that it'll just be in some out-of-the-way place in the overworld, which would be really frustrating. Because there's a lot of overworld in this game. Well, I haven't solved 7 yet, so maybe this will be the trick. Self-sufficiency. Red. Okay. Yeah, I know the TP1 did it, but TP1 also had smaller overworlds. Like, much smaller overworlds. I see what's going on here. I kind of see what's going on here. Oh. Oh. The problem being, I need to bring a thing to let me into the place. What thing can let me into the place? Do you come loose? You do come loose! I don't know what the green does, but now that's green. What did that do? Did that open this one? I should be so lucky. But it certainly created green. What about... What is going on there? Oh, it's just a draw distance thing. Okay, fine. Fine. Fine, okay, fine. Okay, fine. This needs to be connecting to both of these up here. What if from here... Great, and also... And then I stand here for a second. Ah, that does keep it open. Okay, so both things are ways to keep it open. Now this works, and I can jump! Love it. Can I take the connector from here? Can I take the green connector with me up to here? No, I can't get green out that way.
The bridge ring seems to be fully charged now. Try accessing the tower, 1K.
You can't tell me what to do, Brian. You're not my real dad. Even Elohim isn't my real dad. None of you are my real dad. Okay. But that means that the thing is open, so that's cool. That's great. Why must video games keep having video game problems? True. Is Milton my real dad? Maybe? That's actually unclear. Alright, let's see if one of the other puzzles has the thing I'm looking for. Since it certainly wasn't this one. Was it this one? I haven't even solved this puzzle. The heck garbage is this? Okay, we've got red and blue, which make green. And then we've got blue and green, which make red. And also red. Now that we have red, we've got, oh dear, green and red that make blue, and the streams are incredibly crossed. Well, let's see if there's a different way to do this then. What if we weren't connected to that one? Alright, now we have green and red to make blue. And we have green and blue to make red. Is this gonna work? Nope, that is crossing the streams. That is extremely crossing the streams. Hold. What if we took this red and that green to make blue? And then now that we have blue, we have green and blue making red. That's way better. So is someone gonna yell at me and tell me that this was unnecessary? Oh, now that this is unnecessary,
Why puzzles?
where is this going?
Is it just their symbolic value because of our history? Because the thing about puzzles is they can be solved. But if this is about testing us, what are we being tested for? It can't just be about spatial reasoning.
Our curiosity? Our persistence?
You're assuming that this place follows a coherent logic. My impression is that it's full of contradictions.
Where's it going? Oh, it's charging up the blue door. Now, or the golden door. Now we've got one dot in the golden door. Oh my god, that's so many dots. Oh no, all of the golden doors charged together, presumably. And also these things. These triangle things up at the top. Those probably have to get filled in. It's going to be a lot of work to do before we get to the golden doors. Okay. Okay, understood. Understood. Thank you for telling me things. Oh, jeez. Okay, alright. Well then. Which one is this? Alternative option. This one's also unsolved? Man. How have I done so many unsolved puzzles? Yeah, being able to chase the blue thing down now that I know it's not going to where I want it to go to is a big deal for sure. Okay, well, you need... Okay, you need that, and you need that, and you need to connect to there. And you can do so on your own time. Easy peasy. 50 hours to beat the game with just regular puzzles.
Odd. 1K solved all the puzzles in this area, but nothing happened. There was a brief blip in the system, though. Maybe it'll do something later. There has to be some sort of point.
Does there? I appreciate your faith in the designers of this area, but presumably this does another dot on the golden door? Yep, one extra dot on the golden door. Cool. And that's every puzzle in the region. However, now we still need to figure out where the hell I get that extra green connector from. It doesn't seem like it's going to be here. All right, well, we checked 8, 7, and 4, so let's go down the list. 5 and 6 are this way. 5 and 6 are this way. This is 5? This is 5. This one was easy to get into. I remember this one. This was easy to get into, but maybe it doesn't provide easy to get out of. Crunch. Wow, that is a hefty sound effect. But these are low walls. So maybe I can just drop them on the low wall? It's too bad I can't find a cube in here. Assuming it comes from this world. Yes. That is, in fact, an assumption I am willing to make. Alright, where's 6? 6 is this way. Six is out here. There's also a triangle out here, so it might be in the triangle. That's worth thinking about. This was the thing I was looking for. This was right next to a fire last time. I guess it's not always a direct correlation, but there was another statue like this in the other place. And I was like, oh, that kind of looks like a connector. Like, that looks like a thing I might be able to connect to. But that doesn't seem to be the case at the moment. Oh, this is 6. Okay, yeah, no, I just did this, and that didn't have anything I needed. 7. Show me 7. That was 7. Alright, we've checked 5, 6, 7, and 8. Wasn't there a triangle out here? I feel like there was a triangle out here. I don't know where, though. Heck. We didn't check 5, did we? We checked 4, 6, 7, and 8. Yeah. Speed is definitely not any of my priorities. Not on a first playthrough, anyway. I prefer to be exhaustive rather than quick. That is where I get the most value for my time. 5 was the one down below. I guess 5 was down below. Okay, yes. So we have also checked 5. What is out here? This is 5. Yeah, this is 5. So lost. So lost. Are the triangles visible on the map? I guess so. Now that I've solved them. So I can find... I can see that a triangle is this way. So we can go triangle hunting. There's a triangle near 7. That's about what I expected. Here we go. I have actually... that is turned off, Shadowed Mage. I'm not seeing the question marks. So something will only show up in my compass if I've found it. I'm not getting a connector out of here, I don't think. Yeah, I'm not getting a connector out of here. Maybe 1 and 2 had a thing? One of 1 and 2, I think, had boxes. So let's check those. We've been to 3 today. I don't think that had anything interesting in it. Oh god, this is gonna have the witness problem. My pinky is gonna be so sore from holding shift. There's the mega building. Here's the bridge. So here's 1 and 2. You've got 2 RGB shifters. That's not what I am looking for. Maybe 1 had cubes? 1 had cubes. 1 had a cube. Can this go on top of the thing? Can't drop here. Rude. Okay. I might be able to get... That's an RGB shifter, though. I want a regular connector. Yeah, I'm not going to get this out this way. Also, it's not the right kind of connector, so that doesn't help either. Alright, I guess we try for the other triangle, the one that I know is not near 7. That one. Oh, I can change... Okay, I'm definitely doing that. I'm doing that immediately. Ah, okay. Thank you, thank you. Oh, that's so helpful. That's already extremely helpful. Can I get out this way? I'm still in the middle of the thing. I know where I have to go to get out. I gotta go out this way, and then I can go to the thing. Alright, where's my triangle? There. What is this? Oh, this is this one. Wait, no, this is a different this one. This is not this one that I expected, and also is not useful. Which is this one, though? Don't you have a number? I guess you're 3. What happened to your pillar, though? Is it down here? There it is. This way, then. I really hope this triangle has what I want, because if it doesn't, I'm out of ideas. Elevation. Well, it's distinctly possible that it has what I want. Oh, I see what this is doing. This probably does not have what I want, then. It does have a cube. That's fascinating. Is that helpful in some way? That's neat that this has what looks like an upstairs. This does have a regular connector, but it doesn't seem to have a fan. Where can I get... That's still too high. Can't drop here. Is that gonna work? I feel like that's not gonna work, but I'm going to try it anyway. Yeah, there's no way I'm getting up there. That's not a real thing. Maybe from up there. How do I get up there? Less how and more can I. The answer is looking a lot like no. Almost assuredly, parkour is not the answer. Well, I guess there was one puzzle where parkour was the answer in one. But even then, it was only the answer accidentally. You weren't supposed to parkour, I just did. Yeah, this isn't working. Alright, am I wasting my time trying to get a connector out of one of these puzzles? Direct question, Shadowed Mage. Cool. Cool. Is this Byron again? Sure is. It almost feels like the solution was directly connecting the RGB shifter to the Pandora monument. But I tried that a couple of times and it never worked. Maybe I'll try it again one more time. It was 8, right? This is the Prometheus monument. This was Follow the Spark, right? Follow my sprite. Hop. I do appreciate that some amount of parkour is allowed. That's good of them. Ah, the other star is on the map. That's cute. That's good. Try this again one more time. What's going on here? I see. Why doesn't that work? Do I want further advice? No, not yet. I just want this to work is what I want. Down is on. Weird. What else is on my list of options? Finding a connector out in the world is on my list of options. Trying to make this talk to that thing directly, somehow, is maybe on my list of options. This doesn't look like it has any kind of interface that will let me connect it to something else. Oh, hello. I feel the same way sometimes. Oh. Is it like a USB port? Neat. So the only other thing I can think of is there is a connector out in the wild somewhere. If 1K ever needs to charge their phone. Yeah, I don't know how long a given robot's battery power lasts, or how they recharge, if they need to recharge. I mean, I can definitely say that I have in the past wanted to directly plug my phone into my forehead. So, you know, I respect that capability. At least a couple of months? That sounds pretty good. I would believe that. That's, I mean, they have to have enough charge for, you know, long-term outings. So, it can't be too short a time. All right, let's go megastructure. And I suppose we will figure this out later. It will be a long time before this one particular star matters. So I'm okay with putting this on hold until I have more reason to come back to it. This doesn't work. I see. Oh, no, wait, that does work. What? Why didn't that work before? Well, this is fine. Oh, no, it needs to line up to... Okay, it needs to line up perfectly. Like that does. Why didn't I just do that the first time? Oh, I see. Oh, it shows where the connector is on them as well. Ah, interesting. Cool.
When I was booting up, I was terrible at the Tetromino arrangers.
Those are actually the only ones I was good at. What? I'm just saying.
I love how different the different robots are. The different personalities on display. And also the various things that they like and don't like. And are good at or not good at. Okay, so this is clearly the main entrance up here. Which, that's very cool. But like, what's underneath here? Nothing? Stone nothing? A way out if you fall, I guess. Alright, what's in the megastructure? That looks like a data stream of some kind. Are you Prometheus?
Is that some kind of anti-gravity?
Wow.
I'm not
Maybe.
sure. Could be, I guess.
Quick! Poke your head in it! Elevator. So yes, it is some kind of anti-gravity. Answers that question, I suppose. Oh, you're not Prometheus.
In the beginning, the gods shaped humankind out of the clay of the earth and gave them life with their own breath. But who is closer to perfection? The creator or the created?
What the hell are you talking about, lady? Perfection is impossible. I like this answer.
The man who lives on the plains imagines that the gods dwell on the mountaintop. But if he followed the steep road, he would see his shadow in the clouds beneath. When Prometheus saw that humankind was more alike in nature to the gods than to the animals, he stole the secret of fire from Olympus and shared it with the mortals. Was his theft justified?
Oh god! What are the morality questions? This is good. I like this answer.
If Zeus did not own fire, why should humankind?
Then why should
Angered by the
Zeus?
betrayal of Prometheus, Zeus punished humankind by creating Pandora. He gave her a box, and when she opened it, from inside escaped sorrow and suffering. All that remained within was hope. What does this mean?
Zeus intend. Okay, we are not giving any credit for Zeus. We are giving 0 credit to Zeus regardless. Hope itself is an evil. Hope may still be found if we are willing to look for it.
Those
Sure.
who seek hope should ask themselves why it was imprisoned with the world's evils.
No, I don't think I
Creature
will
of
ask that
clay,
question.
You stand before the fire. Will it make you whole, or will it destroy you? Consider the shadows cast by the flame, but do not mistake them for truth.
Suddenly Plato reference. It's a laser! Oh, I've played enough of The Witness to know how this works.
Guys, look at my stream. The beam 1K activated is connecting to the pyramid.
That looks like a massive amount of power.
Well,
We need to talk about what just
that's
happened.
one of 3.
Thoughts?
I'd say there are 2 distinct issues here. What is the being 1K spoke to, and what is the function of the beam?
Let's start with the Sphinx.
It seems similar to the apparition in New Jerusalem.
Yep, just a Sphinx instead of
Presumably the same
Prometheus.
technology.
What I'd like to know is what we're dealing with, ontologically speaking.
Are they
Was
gods?
this a sentient being or some kind of recording?
It had reactions. Seemed to react to what I
That
was
doesn't
saying.
necessarily mean that it's intelligent.
Sure.
Let's assume for a moment that 1K is right, and it is intelligent in some sense. What really matters here is what it was trying to achieve by asking those
Just trying to be an asshole, just like Milton was. I think it was being cryptic to annoy me.
I can see why that would be tempting.
I
Hey!
thought it seemed like... riddle isn't quite the right word.
I mean, it is a Sphinx,
Challenge,
right?
maybe?
Could be a riddle.
That's an interesting thought.
It's
There's
testing.
clearly some sort of testing component to this place. You solve the puzzles, you get access to the towers, you enable a beam, and if you do it 3 times, you get access to the megastructure.
Maybe, but why?
I don't know.
Why?
It's a mystery. Don't you like mysteries, Al? Everybody likes a good mystery.
You know what I like? Certainty.
Al does not like mysteries. If there is anything that Byron likes, it is for certain a thing that Al does not like. Come on, Al, live a little.
That's the spirit.
Me and Byron,
Okay,
we are
keep solving
peas in a
puzzles.
pod.
The rest of you, as you were.
Alcatraz is a bit of a downer. Makes you wonder why he chose that name. Wait a minute, there's an upstairs? There's even more up? What's up here? Oh, nothing. Rude. Are all of the robots male voices? Melville is female. So I guess 3 of the 5 robots on this particular expedition are male. Melville is female, and 1K is indeterminate. But also there are literally 1,000 robots, of which many are female. And many of them have voice acting as well, so this is not the only voice acted female in the game. Alright, so unless I think I have a handle on how to get green to Athena, I guess we're done with World 1. Yeah, if we had a complete census, we would have the percentages rather easily. I agree. That big laser was green. It sure was. It's also... Oh, it is pointing in the right direction. Is it pointing in the right direction? Which direction is the right direction? It's maybe visible. That's a big laser to try and hijack, though. Also, I don't have a way to aim it. Not sure why I don't have a star on my HUD in the top left. Oh, next to the fire. That's true. I should have one. I did, in fact, activate one of the stars here. And if I go to the car, I can see that I've activated one of the stars here. In fact, the astronomy shrine had one of the stars activated, so that's all, like, known. Even though it is not currently visible in my HUD for whatever reason. How much more time am I going to spend on trying to activate Pandora here? A little bit?
I think we're done here for now.
If you deliver
Let's
the
head over
stars
to the
back to the
next
astronomy
site.
shrine, they did disappear from the HUD. Ah, that would explain it. Yep, I have delivered that star to the astronomy shrine, so it is no longer visible in HUD. That makes as much sense as anything else. I am okay with that. Ah, I have not talked to this boy. Lifthrasir. Author error. Great. From Lives of the First Companions by Randolph 777. Lifthrasir is perhaps the most mysterious of the First Companions. A wanderer and mystic by nature, he would venture far from New Jerusalem on his own, recording his thoughts as he explored harsh and distant lands. These recordings garnered him a group of devoted followers to whom he tried to impart his wisdom. 5358. Oh, is Lifthrasir 5358? We've seen that as an author a couple of times. In the troubled time following the founder's disappearance, Lifthrasir and his disciples set out on a journey to reach the opposite end of the world by foot. They have not been heard from since. Okay.
There is a pleasure in arriving on this island. The pleasure of being the first to step foot here in hundreds of years. It is a genuine pleasure, and yet it is also banal. My presence here is of no more significance than that of every other animal. These rocks do not care who walks here, and the millennia between the presence
They
of our
sure don't.
ancestors and my brief journey are nothing to them. But even putting it this way is wrong. It is not that the rocks do not care, it is that in some sense they do not exist.
Oh, that's
I may
bold.
stand in awe of the cliffs on the southern coast,
But the cliffs cannot look back at me with contempt. They cannot do anything at all.
Now we have Vala X3. Oh god, almost didn't make that one.
Everything okay?
What do you make of
Whatever
the
that
six?
being is, it told us that we stand before the fire. That can only be a warning, and I think we should take it seriously. We don't want another New Alexandria.
We don't want another New Alexandria, don't we? Don't we, though? Liftrasir. So 1K found a recording of Liftrasir. What an odd recording, too. I know he's one of the first companions, but I don't actually know that much else about him. I don't think I've ever seen him around, either. Can someone explain? Ah, Niam! Oh, Neve, we've decided. Neve. Number 11. Liftrasir always had an unusual perspective, even in the very beginning. He traveled a lot, sometimes leaving for years. He built a kind of mobile recharging station, so he didn't need to come back to the city as often, though it was quite risky as the solar panels had a tendency to break rather quickly. But he had no problem taking risks if he felt they were necessary, and exploration was necessary to him. Liftrasir would record his thoughts as he explored, and then publish them when he returned. Over the centuries, he accumulated a group of admirers, or disciples if you prefer. In the period of crisis surrounding Athena's disappearance, they left the city, headed into the unknown. We haven't heard from them since. Is the recording I found one of those published ones? No, not as far as I can tell. Perhaps it's something he decided to shelve, or something he only shared with close friends like Athena. Thank you. That was informative. Sure, good information. Alright, so this is doing the thing. Oh, it's gold. Sure. Grasslands Ring. Okay, well, definitely going to be a while before we get to gold puzzles. So I suppose I can spend a little bit more time fussing around with trying to get this star active. Or I can leave. Do you have the connector here somewhere? I don't see any connector here on this island, which is where I would have hoped one would be. Close enough to Pandora to be obviously linked to her. Back to the map? 2 triangles, 1 thing, 1 of 2 stars. Not much here. 12 places totally. Must have been seeing things. Alright. Just talk to you, right? Sure did. Alright, I guess given that I did recently find a terminal I had not touched, I am going to turn on question marks. Save and close. See if there's anything else I missed. Or if we're good here. Looks like we're good here. I'm not seeing anything that looks like it should be a question mark. Yeah, they're checking out the place, just like I am. They are exploring. This is new territory to them, just like it's new territory to me. All right, cool. Hey, Yakut, what do you think of the
1K,
Sphinx?
what's up?
Towers. What do you think the towers
Maybe
are
they're for powering up the megastructure? Or maybe they just open it, like keys. Why? No idea. But aren't they gorgeous? Just incredible feats of engineering?
They are beautiful. I am going to be the kind of person that sees beauty in everything.
I don't know who built this place, but whoever they were, they must have had a purpose. Making something so beautiful feels like a statement of intent.
That's right, Garrett. Our team of 5 robots all got sent to this area because we're investigating a strange energy signature that caused call it a shared hallucination, but caused something to materialize during that celebration I was talking about at the beginning. So we're all being sent to explore this area. This area is something that none of the other robots that we know of have seen. There's so many little nooks and crannies here, too. Like, there's so many just, like, little... You know, like, there could have been a door here, and then that door could have led to a connector, right? Like, it could be anywhere if it's actually just out in the world. What are the other possibilities? How else would I do it? I was not able to connect the RGB shifter directly from the puzzle. So there needs to be something intermediate in order to connect them. I believe that needs to be a connector. And if I'm not getting that connector out from one of the puzzles, then I need to find that connector out in the world somewhere. I guess the other possibility is it's the RGB shifter specifically that's not working. And if I put a regular connector up there, that would work. I'm gonna try that, actually. Like, if I, instead of doing this, can I get blue and red to the RGB shifter without it being floating? So that I can put the regular connector up on the thing. Alright, well, drop you down for a hot second. From here, can this connect? That looks like no. Maybe. Maybe? Can I get on here? Oh, so it definitely hit that outline. Yeah, okay. There's like a specific... So it can connect from here. It's just narrow. Or maybe it was trying to connect to that? Okay, new plan. What is the new plan? I want this to fly while I'm on it. I don't need to be on it. I can just get here and fly that way. But I want this to be on while I am holding on to this, which I'm not sure is possible. Curses. Alright, but I can make that connection. It's just really, really finicky. There it is. Jeez.
When the first man picked up the first stone,
he
did not do so to forge
Pandora's
a tool.
got words for me.
He did so to smite his brother.
Pandora's got that pessimistic viewpoint. It was just a line of sight issue? That's irritating. That's very irritating. But alright, that, as near as I can tell, is everything in World 1 until I can come back and do Golden Doors. So, let's get the hell out of Dodge. Oh boy. That's not where I want to be. I want to be up there, which means going some amount of around. Some amount of around that way. These statues are everywhere, too. Alright, follow the path. The path will take me where I want to go. And maybe it'll be slightly slower than taking correct shortcuts, but at least it'll actually get me there. Alright, so World 2, and first things first, we're going to see if we can figure out that Sphinx. That seems like a good next step. Oh, maybe I should go straight to World 3? What if I don't care about the megastructure and all I care about is unlocks? What if? I want to figure out the stars. Stars are fun. Alright, we're still on solve puzzles here, but also, where is my star? Oh, I see 2 stars on the map. One is right here. This is the Sphinx. Okay, good. What does the Sphinx have to say about the matter? 2, 4, 7, 8. Alright, let's find puzzles then. 5 is off. Oh, there's a triangle over here. Is that one I already solved? Because I was playing around with stuff? 8 is on. 2, 4, 7, 8. Birds. Lots of birds. How do I get into this puzzle? There you are. But that's not what I'm looking for. I am looking for this bad boy. 7 is on, which is what I wanted. What's up, friend? Here's another one of these things. This is not the first time I have seen this statue. But it is somewhat unique compared to some of the other statues. Hello? Oh, this looks interesting. Alright, we're getting sidetracked. Ladies and gentlemen, don't worry, we're just getting a little bit sidetracked. I feel like I've been here, actually. Oh yeah, I've been here. I've seen this display before. Which one is this? This is Los 1. And upstairs from here is Los 2, yeah? Los 2. Yep. A 6-fingered fist around a peyote button. Sure, sure. I mean, that makes as much sense. That's as valid a working theory as any others we have at the moment. Oh my god, what is he doing? Scanning a thing? Wild. When do I get access to that technology? 6 needs to be off. Good. 2, 4, 7, 8, right? 5 is off. Let's find 2 and 4. Because I think I haven't touched any of the other puzzles, so they should be off or on as appropriate. Triangle! Look, I'm walking through a triangle. Incredible. What majesty. What beauty the world has for us. 2's this way. That's 1. It's flashing. Go here, idiot. Puzzle number 1 is the first puzzle you should go to. Go to the flashing puzzle, you doofus. I will not, thank you. Oh my god! Can't believe they allow live animals here. Don't they know it's dangerous? Hi, Melville.
What is it?
Did you have a look at one of those labs?
I did. It's interesting. The tech is a bit older, but it's been heavily modified to be more efficient. And it's not the kind of hack job you'd expect either. Whoever did this knew what they were doing. We could probably learn something from them.
Where could all this tech have come from?
I guess it could be discarded New Jerusalem tech. The mayor made us throw away a bunch of stuff that was perfectly fine if you ask me. But I'm not sure. I'll check to see if I can find any serial numbers and I'll get back to you.
Oh, that sounds potentially promising. 2! We found 2. 2 needs to be on. Now we need to go find 4. 4 is this way. Triangle! 4 is this way. 4 is this way? 4 is this way. Triangle. 4. Are you 4? Heck yeah. Yeah. Fairly clear. Let's be honest. That one was not difficult to figure out. Once I realized that there were switches. So that's cool. There's a deer again. I can hear him. Taunting me. I have solved one
Every
Sphinx
answer
monument.
leads to another question.
Oh no.
The last answer leads to the first question.
That's a well-designed puzzle. Took you a while to find the switches. Yeah, the switch seems really obvious. Alright, where is the other star? There. The other star monument is... Is it Prometheus? Do I gotta find the spark? Is it some other thing entirely? It's Athena again. Athena needs green, and 7 is right here. 7 is in the wrong direction, though. What puzzles are this way? 5? Hopefully the other star doesn't require corralling deer. That would be pretty miserable. 5 is this way, but pretty far? Let's see 5. Jammer. Is this being jammed currently? Oh, I've solved this one. I remember this one. This is already resolved. Whee! Can I take this jammer with me? That's a disaster. Can I get up there? Hold. Worst case, I can reset the puzzle. Like, this really isn't a problem. But can I get up there? This is suspicious as hell. Alright, I don't think I need a jammer outside of the puzzle. But boy howdy does it seem funny that I might be able to get a jammer outside of the puzzle. That's pretty consistent, that arc. I don't think I can really play with that. That you can is suspicious? Oh, absolutely. I don't see anything to jam is the other thing, right? Like, there's a certain amount of reflexes required to know that there's a jammable thing and aim correctly and then stick it up top there. It's also a suspicious walkway. Just really very suspicious all around. All right, you stay up there. I'll figure other things out later. All right, where is Pandora from here? The Sphinx is right there. Pandora is that way. Not super visible from here? Is that Pandora? There's a lot of trees in the way. Game has lots of speedrunnable glitches. That doesn't surprise me too much. The first game was really, really broken. Just like really 100% mega broken. The TP1 speedrun was really cool. God, no visibility on Pandora at all. What can you see from here, Pandora? You can see directly into 8. Alright, let's go explore puzzle 8, which I have also already solved. Seesaw. Have I not solved this? I have not solved this. I take it back. None of this is already solved? Why are you lit up? Oh, alright. Well, let's go. Let's go. Do we even have green here? Fascinating. I have blue there. I have red there. This opens on red, so I guess let's get started with red. Now we have another connector. This needs blue. Which I need both red and blue? That's somewhat easy and also not working. That's somewhat easy and also not viable. Okay, but we can open red without using the drill. What we can't do is open blue without using the drill, I don't think. But this is just going to cause problems, right? Because now it's broken. Yep, that is indeed causing exactly the problems one would expect. So I have to get the blue around, which maybe we get blue in without using the drill? Then what's the drill for? Also, I can't help but notice that this puzzle, which has direct line of sight onto Pandora with a green connector, does not have a green output. Troubling. You can't drill a hole in a laser, can you? Let's see. Where's the other connector? Where did I put you? There you are. Yeah, they do this thing. Yeah, you can only use the drill on the, like, rusty walls. Otherwise, it doesn't do anything. You can't go behind the red, nor can you go behind the blue. But if blue came out through here... while directly in the way. Good job. Good job, Mr. Driller. Then how am I getting one around the other without directly connecting them? This can't be like on top of the drill, right? The drill is not a box. The drill is not a box. I feel like there was some trick that I've used before with multiple connectors connecting to each other in specific ways that allows you to get lasers going through. I don't remember exactly how it worked. The real trick here. Oh, I'm dumb. They don't need to both be on at the same time. They can both rely on the drill, and then I can take the drill with me. Or rather, blue can rely on the drill. Can they both rely on the drill? I think they both can rely on the drill. And then I can't go through here. Oh my god, get out of the way, 1K. 1K, you're causing problems. Okay, no. New plan. We get it open without the drill. I take the drill in with me. And then I use the drill to open a hole from the other side. And then we go out and reconnect things. Can the robots blink? Why? Hell of a question. Oh, that's a disaster. Why don't I just make it work correctly, though? What if it just worked correctly instead of incorrectly? Like that. Cool. Yep. Robots can and do blink. Probably because humans do.
That was very smart, 1K. Sorry, I didn't mean to sound surprised. Clearly, you know what you're doing.
Yakut's just like, I love that Yakut hates puzzles. That's honestly very cool. I have a private message. Hello? Doge. Oh no. Doge is back. Doge is this game's Milton. Doge had some morality questions for me prior to connecting me with a group of like-minded people who are probably rebels. No, I have entirely lost interest. I've relayed your responses to my friends, and they have reached certain conclusions regarding your character. Would you like to hear them? All right, hit me. Now, you're new, so let me fill you in. Your arrival marks the moment of New Jerusalem's maturity, and there are differences of opinion about what it ought to become. Naturally, there are people working quietly behind the scenes in an advisory capacity, trying to guide our city to prosperity. People who know things which would only scare or confuse the average citizen. I have 5 such friends who expressed to me their interest in getting to know you. Everything Doge says makes their group sound evil. Every single thing Doge says makes their group sound like a shadow conspiracy that is trying to do explicitly evil things for personal gain. Which makes me wonder whether or not that is actually possible. That anybody could be that stereotypically evil. Like, there's gotta be something else going on here. There's no way it's what it seems like on the surface, given a naive reading with certain amounts of narrative understanding. Alright, who are these people? I can't yet tell you their names, but I can tell you a little about them. The first is an engineer by trade, tends to see the world as a puzzle to be solved. The second is a scholar of some repute, thinks the big questions have answers in our code. The third is, well, it's hard to pin down, a practitioner, let's say, of the esoteric arts. The fourth is a member of the political establishment, and the fifth, well, the less I say about them, the better for everyone. So is there someone you think would make a good match? Well, given my entire purpose on this earth is to explore and solve puzzles, I'm going to say the engineer, because puzzles. Yes, based on what you've told me, I'd say you share the same faith in the potential of human reason. Your answers to my questions, and your observations of your behavior elsewhere, has given us a massive amount of data. It's clear there's only one person that I should put you in touch with. You've shown a commitment to scientific progress and pursuit of the truth. Your support would mean a great deal to my friend from engineering. She's no kind of expert on the human condition, but she's dedicated to analyzing how the world works and using that knowledge to shape our future for the better. Are you happy for me to put you in touch? Yes, please do. Okay, I'll send an introduction in due course. I got a better option than you did. I picked a character for 1K, and I have stuck to it. I have made decisions that are in character, and that character is deliberately a little one-dimensional. But that's okay, because there are many characters in this game, and all of them have a dimension. You got stuck with the politician? Oh, okay. I could see that being a suboptimal character to be connected with. Alright, where was that star? There. Alright, so now that this is done, stuff is just gonna stay open. I can connect this. But it clearly wants green. So that doesn't do anything. This level does not have an RGB shifter. But maybe this level has a connection to another level? And I can get green from that level into this level? And then green from here to our friend Pandora? One dimension is okay. 1K for shorts. One Dimension sounds like a boy band. It's the laser game. It is the laser game. That's accurate. Alright. Where else can green come from? Maybe once the laser fires, I can steal green from the laser? If the laser is even green? It doesn't look like this level has direct insight to any of the other levels. So that doesn't seem like it's going to work out particularly well. It's One Direction, which would be a much more limited game. That's true. If there was only one direction, we'd figure things out pretty quickly. Instead, there is a whole compass rows of directions. Hey, look, it's a terminal. Bop. The new theology. It's 5358. Probably Liftraiser? Lufthansa? What was the guy's name? I don't know. The guy that we think is 5358. That one. The object of the whole evolutionary process is to realize God. That is to say, instead of the old notion that creation began with a god, a personal being who, being perfect, created something lower than himself, the aim of the new theology is to turn that process the other way, and to conceive of the force behind the universe as working up through imperfection and mistake to a perfect, organized being, having the power of fulfilling its highest purposes. In a sense, there is no God as yet achieved, but there is that force at work making God, struggling through us to become an actual organized existence, enjoying what to many of us is the greatest conceivable ecstasy, the ecstasy of a brain, an intelligence, actually conscious of the whole, and with executive force capable of guiding it to a perfectly benevolent, and harmonious end. That is what we are working to. I really wish you'd already played this so this wasn't all spoilers. Well, thanks for popping by. I understand if you don't want to stick around too long because of spoilers. But yeah, always happy to see people around. So I just read through this whole thing out loud, no less, and I don't think I internalized any of this. What the hell is George Bernard Shaw actually trying to say here? We are creating God, and God, being smart, experiences ecstasy? Maybe? We are working to perfect ourselves and thus become God, is the nearest I can get out of this. Sure. Shaw gonna Shaw? I mean, it sounds like he is, in fact, going to Shaw. Thank you for the bits. Alright, Neve, what you gotta say? From Lives of the First Companions by Randolph. Alright, what does this thing say? There's no way I'm going to translate this myself. Where is... What is this? Neve 11? Neve something? L1C Neve. Yep, this is the right one. You are diligent in your pursuit of hidden truths, son of man. That's, not helpful, is what that is. How's my Redux FFX run going? I am, about on the other side of the Moonflow, I think. Haven't quite hit Guadosalam yet. But I have a solid blitzball team coming together. And that, of course, is the most important thing. After these events, Neve decided to consult the writings of the ancients. But while philosophy and religion interested her, it was art in all its forms that came as a revelation. To her delight, she discovered that meaning was not something constructed purely out of logic or will, but that it could also be found in stories. That even when the characters and events of a story were not factual, they had a validity and weight as if they somehow were real after all. She was astonished that such a profound experience was freely available to all humans. I can't believe this website is free! But concerned that too few took advantage of it. So she set out to enrich the inner lives of her fellow citizens by promoting the arts, starting with the legacy of Gehenna. Neve sounds nice. I'd love to meet her one day. She must know more about New Jerusalem art history than anyone. When we do, remind me to explain how to pronounce her name. The default settings in the language libraries are wrong. Yeah, these language libraries seem to be a problem. You got a new smartphone? Congratulations. I hope you're happy with it. Thank you for the bits. And appropriate. Shadowed Mage did indeed get the thing. Google Pixel 8 Pro. Okay, I've heard good things about the Pixel. I'm still on iPhones, but I don't blame anybody who wants a Pixel. Leviathan. Again with the 5358? He's just hanging out here? Thomas Hobbes. Okay. Maybe this is 5358 responding. That'd be legitimate. Dropped in your first real audition tonight? That's really cool. Congratulations. Is this responding to an ad or due for your next update? Yeah, might as well, right? Nature, the art whereby God has made and governs the world, is, by the art of man, as in many other things, so in this also imitated, that it can make an artificial animal. For seeing life is but a motion of the limbs, the beginning whereof is in some principal part within. Why may we not say that all automata have an artificial life? For what is the heart but a spring, and the nerves but so many strings, and the joints but so many wheels, giving motion to the whole body, such as was intended by the artificer? Sounds like some Talos Principle BS. Art goes yet further, imitating that rational and most excellent work of nature, man. Man imitates nature, and art imitates man? Sure. For by art is created that great leviathan called a commonwealth, or state, which is but an artificial man, though of greater stature and strength than the natural, for whose protection and defense it was intended, and in which the sovereignty is an artificial soul, as giving life and motion to the whole. You'd be a reading for an assistant character in an edutainment game, basically a gritty detective version of Arthur, the AI sidekick educational guide from Journeyman Project 2. That's rad, dude. That's super cool. Man, if you get it, that'd be very, very cool. Get into video game voice acting. I don't know that it's profitable, but it sounds satisfying. Lastly, the pacts and covenants, by which the parts of this body politic were at first made, set together, and united, resemble that fiat, or the let us make man, pronounced by God in the creation. In the beginning were the words, and the words are the world. It's obvious that Hobbes has read Stratton, and is extrapolating the Talos Principle to the level of the state. But unlike Stratton, all he wishes for at the end of the day is a powerful ruler to control this machine, to tell him what to do. Neat. Alright, well, Puzzle 8 did not provide the necessary results. Let's try for 6. 6 seems close enough that maybe it'll do something. Not that I can see anything in this direction, but who knows? What do you have to say for yourself, Byron?
How can I help you?
What do you make of the Sphinx?
I don't know what she is, ontologically speaking, but those questions she asked reinforce my belief that we're being tested, or perhaps analyzed.
Mm-hmm. Yep, that fits. That sounds correct. Alright, here we are in 6. Does 6 give me... Oh my god. Oh yeah, 6 is definitely gonna get there. Whee! Bonk. And where does this go? More drills. What can I drill with this? Alright, whatever. Okay, and if I take this... Oh, I can't disconnect this. I see the problem. What can I drill with this? Anybody want to be drilled? can jump me from one drill to the other. And maybe allow me to get a drill on the outside if I can get something else up to there. What is this even connecting to? Ah, that's how I run this. Okay. But I can take this with me. Whee! And get this outside. Oh, I was supposed to do this the other way around. Well, I have... Back to the drawing board. I can take this with me up to here. Drop this over here. Whee! And get a drill on the outside. So what do I do with the drill on the outside? That. Which activates this. I just need a second thing out here. Excuse me? That's a jammer. Why is there a jammer over there? Can I grab that from here, or do I need that one? Ah, I can... Okay, I can get that on the outside, too. Thusly. And then I can trade off one of these for later. So I could solve the puzzle now, but that's not what I'm about. What is this for? Like, the jammer is completely unrelated to solving the level. Because if I want to solve the level, I can solve the level. That's actually not hard at this point. Right? I can use this to get the thing out, and then I can have the driller activate, like, let's just solve the level. And then I'll figure out what I'm doing with the jammer. Because then this goes here. Get on the thing! Whatever. Jammer, that's fine. This goes here, and then I solve the level. Oh! That's what the jammer's for. Okay. Understood. Now I know what the jammer is for.
You know something that's weird about these puzzles?
Guess that answers that
They're
question.
not replicas of the simulation puzzles, like the ones in the museum.
Wasn't there an artist who did an exhibition a few years ago that involved new puzzles of some kind?
Still needed the jammer.
That was
wow.
Barzai. It was called Trials of an Imagined Past. I tried to get you to come along. You thought it would be boring.
Were they similar?
No, not at all.
Was it boring?
I thought it was interesting.
I thought it was interesting. Alright, this level still does not get me the solution I am looking for. Which is green out to Pandora. Wherever the hell Pandora is. Sounds like DLC, maybe. That's remarkably unhelpful. What is that? That. What is that? Really? Tell me more. Okay, alright. We're learning. I think we may have found our tool to get green to Pandora. Where does it end? It ends there and then connects to... Triangle! And then connects to... Oh, the top of the triangle. That's where it ends. So if we can get green to this triangle... then maybe we're in an... Okay, let's see if this puzzle can get green to the triangle. This puzzle sure looks like it's going to get green to the right place. Ha-ha! Excellent. Alright. That is sufficiently suspicious. Triangle Man won that fight with Circle Man. Circle Man never had a chance. Triangle's way pointier. Alright, I've got a driller and nothing else. That's problematic. What about a connector, though? Thank you. Alright, now I've got a connector and a driller. I have a source of nothing? I've got red. Let me in! Thank you. Oh, I see. Now that I have red, let's figure out how to get blue. Blue is also easy. Blue. Blue. And now I have an RGB shifter that I can use to get... Wait a minute. Wait just a cotton pickin'... Oh, I see how this works. I kind of see how this works. Hold. So I need a way to get one of these out without the driller. Right? One of these needs a way free that doesn't involve drilling on account of I only have one drill. That said, I can potentially do some shenanigans. Now I don't need to drill here. Ah, but I don't need a connector for the blue. I can just use the shifter for the blue. Also, connect to that thing while you're at it. Cool. Now the next
Progress on the
step.
particle clouds, Melville. It's pretty clear they're integral to how all of this functions.
I've gathered a lot of data, but I still have a lot of numbers to crunch before I can give you an answer. And I can't guarantee that my answer won't be another question.
Oh, it'll definitely be another question.
Glad we don't get
I can guarantee that it'll be another question. Yakut has nothing left to say. We need to head towards... what was that puzzle by the star? Oh my god, where am I? Here? Now there's going to be a green beam flying through the sky. Yep, perfect. And then we should be able... Where was that red beam? That red beam is still active, right? It's still real somewhere. Here. So the puzzle can then get green from that thing. That's exciting. This is exciting. I'm excited. Get into here. And connect there. And where is the green? There it is. Perfect. That's right! Give me your stars! Can't keep them hidden from me. I deserve this.
The hunter does not hunt because he is hungry. He hunts because he revels in death.
I mean, he could hunt because he's hungry. You don't know that. Why are you attributing the worst possible motivations to people, Pandora? It's almost as if all you know is suffering and deprivation. Which, well, I suppose that fits for Pandora. So the next question is, more puzzles? More puzzles? Or other areas? There's another triangle out here somewhere. I want to do the other triangle. I like triangles. We're going to go do another triangle. And then see what Area 3 looks like. See if I can find another triangle out here somewhere. Oh, look, a golden door. Thunk. Well, it's weird that the golden door doesn't show up on the compass. More Pazuzus. Well, that looks lethal. I'm going to not take the plunge here, I think. Oh. Lasers? Oh, that's something within the golden puzzle door. Alright, well, that's less immediately appealing, I suppose. Where's triangles? If I was a triangle, where would I be? Not immediately apparent, I suppose, is the answer. Wait, there's not two triangles out here, right? There's the one triangle near 8 that I've already solved. Okay, so it is correctly not showing me the other triangle on the compass. It would be a question mark if I had question marks turned on, which I don't, because I want to explore. And I like finding things. So what we should do then is look for puzzles that aren't on the compass. And I think the best way to do that is by just running around edges and seeing if we can find something cool. Should I just solve these puzzles as long as I'm here, maybe? I mean, I am here to solve puzzles, right? This could be one of the said puzzles. This could be a puzzle I solve. Wow, we got some upper stories in some of these puzzles, huh? Now we're thinking in 3 dimensions. Can I take the fan? I cannot take the fan. I can turn the fan on. Okay, well, that looks like a thing that we need to get solved. So, let's... Okay, that doesn't work. Cool. Love it. This either needs a jammer or I need to fall into it from above. I would accept either. And what have we got over here? Ah, a wall I can drill into. What's on the other side of the wall? A connector! Give me that. Give me that thing. Give me the goods. I guess, like, part of these puzzles is learning that you can drill a hole and then put things through the hole. I figured that one out pretty quickly. I would like... Aww, what a terrible place for a wall. Can I get over to here? I can. Is this also a terrible place for a wall? It is. But I can get blue up to here. Let's bring a connector with me. This seems weird, honestly, but I'll take it. Oh, I can't do it from here because of the wall. Cool, but that's what drills are for. Oh, okay, this doesn't work. But, the idea is sound, maybe. I suppose what I'm supposed to do is this. And stick the connector through there. That makes a lot more sense. I got my box. Stop. Thank you. Oh, that's bad. I guess I'll take it from the other side then. And then this goes blue and blue. Stick that there. Turn on. And driller, drill me a hole. Cool. The Progenitor Portrait Series. Oh, neat. It's Alexandra Drennan. Hi, everyone. This is the latest in my portrait series. I've always had a deep respect for the progenitor, Alexandra Drennan. She didn't just create the Founder and save humanity. She also tried to instill us with a sense of beauty and wonder. It was good to be human. As usual, please keep in mind that we should focus on engagement with the work. Don't ask yourself whether it's good or bad, but how it makes you feel. Beautiful work, Radam. Gives me a bittersweet, wistful feeling. She must have been a great person. To me, it really captures her bravery in the face of what the cosmos had thrown at her. It's well done, but I'm not sure it's appropriate for us to depict the progenitor in this way. Appropriate? Appropriate? Thekla, please leave your religion at the door. Your painting powerfully evokes her belief in a bright future. I believe in a bright future. So this painting makes me feel things that I already know how to feel. Thank you, 1K. She really did believe we would build a better world, didn't she? Her words always inspire me. They do? You should try listening more carefully. She wanted us to reach for the stars, not mope around worrying about the sins of our ancestors. The progenitor spoke in metaphors. The stars are within us. Give me a break. And Neve has to play moderator. Pre-programmed for confirmation bias. Yup. Alright. Now, where the hell is that triangle? Maybe out here somewhere. There's this path that seems to lead to nowhere in particular. Ha-ha! Results. It doesn't have a switch. Alright, that's fine. That's allowed. Keeping connections. That sounds dangerous. Okay. I'm beginning to see things. There are certain things at this puzzle. We gotta get red all the way out to here. Through a variety of doors. Currently, all we have access to is not a lot of things. I'm gonna get red to there. I don't think there's going to be a connection that works for that. Okay. If I actually want it to connect here, I can do this. The problem being, I have just one drill. I don't know that that's a problem, actually, because I can just put this on the other side of the drill. That makes me feel very smart. So now, we try and keep this connection alive and open from here, so I can pick this up. And then we need to go from here to something here. I can get red there. Where can I put this such that it can see both that and something else? Okay, that'll do it. Love it! The puzzle solved music is very weird. This game is doing weird things, but they're cool. But like the weird, there's definitely some weird music with vocals in it, and it seems to only happen as a reward for doing something, and then it fades back into the normal soundtrack over time. Like, that's kind of cool. That's a really neat way of doing things. I appreciate that as like... your reward for solving a puzzle, right? It's good audio design. It's very cool. All right, so I could solve some more puzzles here. I could turn on the great big fuck off green laser. I don't know if it'll be green, but the great big laser that will connect me to the megastructure. Or we could just move on to World 3. because I want to see what other stuff looks like. I think I am more interested... Oh, neat. It's a fire. I think I am more interested in seeing other worlds than I am in meeting the Sphinx again. That's kind of out of the way. That is 2 fires in this world and 1 fire in World 1. Sparks, I guess we're calling them. So I think I'm going to move on to World 3 and see where that gets me. On the other hand, I have suddenly found myself in front of a puzzle I haven't solved yet, so, you know, might as well. Is there another aha? And then from here, we get the jammer. Out into the rest of the world. And then I can take the drill with me, which I might or might not need to do. Figured I might. Enter the tower. Screw you, buddy! You can't tell me what to do! Still looking for my way home. Wait a minute, there's a terminal out here that I haven't touched. Man, I'm just trying to get out of here, and you keep shoving me up against things I haven't done yet. That's so rude. Trevor 2? Tell me about Trevor 2.
So, what are you doing here, Trevor? Why are you trying to save the world? Well,
good question.
I think humanity is awesome. I love humanity. As a species, we're great. I mean, our track record is pretty mixed, but have you seen everyone else? I mean, what did you do today, animal? Oh, I ate some leaves, sniffed my own butt, crapped myself, and went extinct. Or, you know, I tore this other animal limb from limb, sniffed my friend's butt, crapped myself, and went extinct. They really don't do anything interesting. I mean, you don't see animals directing Big Trouble in Little China. Birds can go tweet, tweet, but it ain't exactly the White Album. I mean, they can't even make a good cheeseburger, for Christ's sakes. They have no art, no cuisine, no pleasure. Animals are nice to look at, but you wouldn't want to be one. Except maybe a cat. I could be a cat.
Trevor has some particular opinions. Not entirely sure I agree with these opinions, but I respect his ability to have them. The World Spirit. Again with 5358? It shows up everywhere. What is it that drives historical processes? It's easy to dismiss the idea of the great man, or the great woman for that matter, when clearly so much is determined by resource distribution, pre-existing political structures, and the randomness of the universe itself. Cats are pretty cool. Cats are pretty cool. I read this really cool story called Kitty Cat Kill Sat, which involves an uplifted cat having sole control over an orbital death laser. And it's really, really neat. If you come across this story, I recommend reading and or listening to it. Trevor sounds like someone you'd avoid at a party. Sure. But is there no space at all for the individual in all this? Are there not moments when, in Hegelian fashion, referencing other philosophers, how dare you, an individual may represent the world spirit itself? Was Napoleon history on horseback or not? Or is that itself another form of determinism? What are we talking about here? Historical processes. From Augustus to Napoleon, from Lincoln to Lenin, there are individuals whose actions seems to drive, rather than merely be driven by, history. They make bold choices, for good or for ill, that transform entire societies. Or do they? You're just getting off on questioning assumptions, aren't you? We like to blame them for their failures, but are they not ultimately just the expression of a historical moment? But if they are, where is the space for human agency? It sometimes seems to me that all of human history has been that one struggle, to carve out a space for free choice against the ties of history. And heroes and tyrants, pick and choose examples as you will, are both equally a reflection of that. Our greater goal, then, ought to be to extend that freedom to the maximum number of people, to become captains of our own fate as much as that is possible in this universe. It's SX. We've seen it in quite a number of these things. Don't really know what that means, but it also seems to be representative of Lufthansa. I don't remember his name. Luftrazer, that guy. The one companion who liked to explore. That one companion guy. Hypatia's Journal number 2. Founding Tomb. Volume 1, The Founding of New Jerusalem. Day 14. Melampus and Yemo went back to the dam to get more charging equipment. They've not returned yet, which means that we're stretched a little thin, since we're still posting guards at all times. But those large herbivores haven't come back yet, and at any rate Eustathius assures us that they're non-aggressive. But it's better not to take any chances, not when there's so few of us and so many of them. Athena and Cornelius and Eustathius spent most of their time drawing up plans and arguing, in a friendly manner, but arguing still. The rest of us are managing to tune them out pretty well. It's like background noise after a while. Alright, what does this say? Founding 2? There is still hope, even for those who seem lost, Son of Man. So this sounds like a message directly to me, as opposed to something that fits within the journal. We've started construction on the first habitat. It's going to be a temporary structure for now, but we'll all be glad to get out of the rain. Okay. Alright. Now can I find my car? Car is that way. I guess if I keep seeing things, I'll keep interacting with things. But my goal is to bolt. It's right here. It'll always be right here. The car is right here.
1K brought up an interesting question earlier. Where did all the tech in the labs come from? So, I had a look at the serial numbers.
Ah.
And it turns out the answer is New Alexandria.
Oh.
Wow, I guess that makes sense. After the explosion, the colony was abandoned. Nobody ever went back for all that stuff.
We had enough to deal with. So many dead.
So that's one question answered. But how did they go from scavenged Alexandria tech to all this?
How did we go from nothing to where we are now? Through the application of reason and the right tools.
Simply by being and doing. Oh, big Starmie. We got Pokemon here. What the hell? Alright, we're definitely going to look at the big thinking guy. Oh, there's a lot of landmarks here. Wow. All right, let's check it all out. Solve puzzles.
Look at the size of that structure.
I'm looking.
How does the material support so much weight? Is it the same stuff as the other buildings?
Yeah. I know it looks like some type of concrete, but the molecular structure is completely different. Whatever it is, it's a lot stronger and less brittle.
Are the labs made out of the same material?
No, that's just ordinary concrete. Although it does have some molecular weirdness going on too. Too little variation in the grain.
Neat. All right, big guy. What you got for me? Who are you?
Just when I thought
You've
we'd
got a
found all the
terminal.
weird stuff.
Just why would you ever think we found all the weird stuff? There's so much weird stuff. Cheers, Marichin. Success! It worked! I made a statue! Well, it half worked. The design wasn't balanced, so it fell over and broke. It was very dramatic. But the good news is that it all works in principle. Imagine what we could do using stone, part of the environment. Success! Alright, what is this hex? What does this translate to? Energy is eternal delight. What the hell are you talking about?
So, humanity is great. I really believe that. And that's why I'm here. But I have to be honest with you, individual people, not always my favorite. I'm not the smartest guy ever, and I know that. But there are some people, man, some people are just so dumb. I don't even know if they're actually conscious. Sometimes I think their whole lives might be like a dream. They're just stumbling around, no idea what's going on, mumbling some random nonsense. And the thing that you have to understand about our time period is that a lot of these people wield enormous power. They run whole countries and corporations. Yeah, that's right. We've handed over our civilization to people I wouldn't trust to tie their own shoelaces.
Yo, Trevor has some
and
opinions.
if they're dumb, then what are we? I don't honestly have an answer to that, so just please try to do better.
Please try to do better. Alright. Is there anything in the water back here? I'd have put something in back here, like a cave back here. One of your favorite George Carlin quotes, yeah. The stupidity of the average human is not to be underestimated. That is for sure. Alright, so we're looking for a lab, because a lab will give us a way to access the next zone. And there's tons of stuff to do here, but really what I want to do is access the next zone. And also maybe find some stars. Stars are fun. Where is this going? Oh, back to here. What's up, Byron? Well, that didn't help at all. How far out does this go? Are we gonna hear the words? Oh, we went underwater, and then it ended. Yep. The water was too deep. Okay, that checks out. Too deep a water. We don't need words. We just need to not go swimming. Alright, what's out this way? Because it looks like not a puzzle. Maybe it's a lab. Or some other kind of structure. Ooh, it's another thinky guy.
We begin with the self because that is what determines our existence as individuals. But the self cannot exist without that which surrounds it. The citizen lives within the city, and the city lives within the cosmos. So now we must apply the principle we have discovered to the wider world and ask, if man is like a machine, could it be that the universe is similar in nature? And if so, what follows from that fact?
Is the universe like a machine? Stratton positing the ever-popular Sword Art Online theory. I think I am not going to go swimming again. It worked out poorly for me last time. Anyway, I'm more likely to find a lab by following paths than I am to find a lab by running around in the wilderness. So I guess let's try following some paths and see how that works. Hello? Unknown data source
When we go
detected.
to New Jerusalem, I'm going to have a cat. He's going to be black and white, and his name is going to be Bean. And I'm going to make
Valid.
sure that he never gets sick, and he never gets old,
Good luck with that.
and he'll be my best friend forever.
That's rather idealistic, Miranda. And as much as I want that to be true for you, I suspect you're going to be disappointed. Bean. Bean is a good name for a cat. Alright, what were those X's on the wall, actually? Let's not be out here and go back to where I was. Here. What are these? Irrelevant? Don't like that. Hey, look! It's more beans. Where do these go? That goes here, and then where? Any of y'all see a Pandora somewhere here? I don't see a Pandora, but I do see puzzle 3. Let's see where this goes. Maybe there's a Pandora here. Music got really dramatic for a hot second. And then does that connect to anything else? It does. It's a little difficult to see. And a little more difficult to follow because it keeps being things in my way. Well, that looks like a puzzle of some kind, doesn't it? Oh. Oh. Well, I hope that's not relevant to the thing I'm following. Well, once again, this overworld is huge. Alright, so that goes here. And this is where it ends. Oh. Hello, Miranda. Again.
There's so much to discover on this island that sometimes it overwhelms me. Every lake, every forest contains an incredible, interconnected, permanently changing network of organisms.
Oh.
And every one of those organisms is almost infinitely complex and contains other organisms within itself. It seems impossible to ever really grasp, but then, step by step, I do understand. It takes time and effort, but it's not impossible. And there's a lot of joy to be found in simply taking the time to truly study something. I spent 5 years studying a single flower, and it never got boring.
There we go. Alright, so the implication there is Miranda's not talking about these puzzles. Miranda's talking about the unspoiled nature of the island. Alright, which star is this? This is Pandora. So, let's find a puzzle for Pandora to connect to. Probably this 6. And then we can also connect to the dot on top of there. Pandora needs green? Pandora always needs green, right? Big old green Pandora, yep. Alright, let's see if we can understand the gimmick. Let's go solve puzzle 6. That's a great start. At least I'm not starting with triangles this time. Hidden. Or, you know what? Connect to that. Connect to that and don't even bother solving things. Just be connected. No, I changed my mind. I want to solve puzzles. I want to solve at least one puzzle. What am I working with here? You are producing blue. If you get blue, what happens? What do we have here? That is a device I am unfamiliar with. Oh, that's the shifter. The one that changes red to blue and blue to red. Alright, let's connect over here. Oh, it doesn't connect through either of those. Got it. Okay, understood. Love it. Wonderful, thank you. But from here, once this is open, this is useful. Alright, what's in here? Oh! The whole rest of the puzzle! Got it. Understood. And both of those need to be resolved. Okay, so we need to get another boy into here via here. This needs to open up, and once this is opened up, we've won. This can open in multiple ways, blue or red. And it doesn't look like we can get to there from here. So we need to get stuff through here first. Or there, maybe. Right? Because I can do this. then get you around here to open this up with red. Now that that's open, now that that's open, I can do the same here. Which means this no longer needs to be picked up, because that's putting red there. Which means this can just put blue here directly. And now this can move out to here. Now I have blue going to red. And also connecting there. We got blue from multiple sources. And then this can close. And that's still open, and I have solved the puzzle. I did it. Alright. Not too bad. Reasonably straightforward. And now let's figure out the other problem.
All the time. But realizing this place was built on its bones just brings it all back even more. We were so optimistic when we started. So full of ourselves. Thought we could accomplish anything. And then, in one single moment, it was all gone. I remember a flash, and then just lying there, realizing that my legs had melted. I tried to pull myself away from the fire, but the servos in my arms were broken. If Eustathius hadn't found me, sorry. Just some old scars.
Oh, I appear to have found a triangle. Well, I will not let a triangle lie fallow. Cryptomancer, you might be getting a 0 because there is not a quote that has squares in it. But that seems really unlikely. Try quoting a number, seeing if that gets you something. Jammer. And a drill. Where do lasers come from here? Unclear. Oh, lasers come from there. That's relatively easy, except this is only going to give me red. Do I need to solve anything with red? Yes. Is there a place that connects both of these? Looks like no. The angle doesn't work. That I can't walk through. That I can't walk through. I can't get the drill out of there. So we gotta get... This has to be the start. The start has to be this blue thing. Oh, I can jam this open, though. There we go. That's the start. And now we have a connector here that I can use for purposes. Can I take it out? Long. This, I can drill through here and maybe get red that way. Oh, but I need the drill first. So I want to open this, except that's not how I open that. I open this from the other side, from here. That gives me red here, which is not what I want. What are we doing here? I do, in fact, remember that game that you're talking about, Cryptomancer. Maybe try squares again, now that it knows it's looking for something? That's not going to work. But maybe here. But then this needs to be further over that way. It's not going to fly. Ah, it's not squares plural. It's just one square. I see the problem. That's all well and good, but how do I get over there to get it arranged correctly if this is what I'm doing? Oh, no, this makes sense. This makes sense now. I do that to get through, and then I put this into position. Once it's in position, I can do that to jam this open. Now that it's open, I can jam this. Cool. And now I have a drill. I don't know what I'm doing with the drill yet. Passing the connector around? Yeah, passing the connector around. That seems like a logical next step. Because then I can use this connector to get blue over here. And now that I've done that... What? What does that do then? Oh, we need blue and red at the same time. Okay. But I can get this on the other side via cunning use of drilling. Well, I can't believe that worked. And that can get me red here from there. Yeah, perfect. Hey, nice.
That was really kind of excellent.
Ah, we've impressed Melville. Good times, good times. I'm just really good at puzzles, everybody. Y'all should just be aware. I'm just really good at puzzles. Cat sitting advice? So I'm cat sitting Yakut's cat, Bruce, and he keeps peeing on my charging pod. Is there anything I can do to prevent this? Clean it very thoroughly, so not a single trace of smell remains. I know it's hard without the ability to smell, but we do have some cleaning agents that should do the trick. Contact me on private if you need a list. Oh, and make sure Bruce isn't distressed by something. Cats don't like being moved from their territory. Maybe it would be easier if you just moved him back to Yakut's place and fed him there. No, Bruce is just a bastard. He loves peeing on anything electrical, chewing on cables, and generally just breaking stuff. This is normal. And I warned you, Pellegrino. I could have given him to Neith. She's used to him. But he's so fuzzy and I love him. Ah, cats. You've gotten other robots commenting on how hard the puzzles are, how long you took to solve puzzles. That's great. I am looking forward to more of that. I know there's an achievement for spending 20 minutes in a puzzle, and I haven't hit that one yet. Anyway, this isn't what I was looking for. What I was looking for was the source of the green. Oh, there's a Sphinx here. Let's go talk to the Sphinx. Excuse me? Thinky guy. X on the ground. Big statue. Taking a reference photo in case I want to figure this out later. Good! Reference photo, good. Okay, we're gonna go get this thing. The thing I don't remember is where the other star is. That's the Sphinx. But where's Pandora? I know where Pandora is. I need the other source, the other end of Pandora. I guess I should have just followed the line. The line in the sky. That maybe would have been a better idea. Now I don't know where the line in the sky is. Hang on. There's terminals. Founding 3. We broke ground on day 42 now. We broke ground on the first of the permanent structures today. A large hall that will eventually be converted into a performance and exhibition space. My idea! Although for now, we'll use it as a workshop. It's strange, this place. There's a lot of open space, and I didn't think that I would find it so unusual. But I suppose we all spent more time at the dam than was originally planned. Now it's difficult to get used to not having that low ceiling over our heads. It's probably just me. Byron loves being outside, and is always volunteering for scavenging missions. Liftrasir usually tags along, although he seems more fascinated with observing nature and various weird creatures. At night, I sometimes catch myself standing by the door, not because I have guard duty, just watching the stars. It's oddly comforting to think that they've always been there, that they watched our ancestors, standing now where I stand. Cute. Message fragment 5358. From Miranda to 5358. I'm still on 5358 as Liftrasir. Liftrasir ran away and ended up joining up with... I don't know what Miranda's source is. That's still a question, since Miranda is not a known member of the Thousand. But I still think that 5358 is Liftrasir and connected with Athena at some point and stole the tech from New Alexandria to build this place. We finished setting up the external site at the lake. The area is so stunning we forgot about the experiment for a while and went for a long walk. The ways in which all the different aspects of nature interact with each other are endlessly fascinating to me. Sheer variety of living things, even on a simple green meadow. She did mention this. We've had this kind of dialogue from Miranda. Sadly, we then stumbled onto the carcass of a deer that had been torn apart by wolves. It must have suffered enormously. Thinking about that made me feel truly terrible. There is so much pain in nature. Yep. Wonder and pain in equal measure. Ecosystem engineers. Oh, we know when Miranda talks, but not anybody else. Anthony Castor? Cutting down swaths of trees for their building projects, thoughtlessly causing radical changes to large environments, and forcing local species to adapt to their artificial habitats. These are the traits of a species of intelligent, industrious, and extremely impactful ecosystem engineers. Humans? No, talking about beavers. Like us, beavers transform their environments via building. Their actions have real consequences, creating vast wetlands that some species thrive in, while others die. Human activity is very similar. We too are ecosystem engineers, and we too benefit some species while harming others. Everything about this is completely natural, including the damage to other species. After all, that's what competition in evolution is about. Those species that adapt to the ecosystems we create will, over the coming millennia, become the core of a new biodiversity. And so evolution runs its course. If we don't like the result, if we think some species should be preserved despite being outcompeted, well, that's anything but natural. It is, however, very human. The Timberborn. Yeah, the Timberborn just following in our footsteps. as they are naturally wont to do. It's fascinating how so much of what we do is common in animals, but furthered enormously by our intelligence and our ability to remember. Through us, the universe strives to a greater level of complexity. But does the universe have the capacity to strive for anything? Shut the hell up, philosophy nerd. We must be careful to avoid projecting human values onto the cosmos. Why? Why must we be careful to do that? Why must we be careful to avoid that? Honestly, it's probably helpful more than it's hurtful. Well, that's probably not true. I guess as attributing motive to the cosmos is maybe not the most useful of thought exercises. Where is the laser? The other monument. There's the laser. It's right here. Wow, how convenient. And it starts there. It starts there. So from here, well, I suppose we have found our puzzle. There and back again. Okay, well, that's a good start. This gives me blue. Ah, and by giving me blue... Oh, I need to swap these two out. Wait, how do I do that? I can't do that. See, that doesn't help. But maybe this helps. Damn it. Alright, that helps. But that only helps if this is here. There we go. Now I can grab this. And we have blue here. This doesn't need to be open anymore. But this gets me red. And now we need green. Oh, I suppose if I'm going to do that, I should also open this, right? This is an inverter. Ah, but I can get both, right? I can just get red and have this give me blue. Superb. Suspicious X, true. There are symbols everywhere. It's true. There's weird stuff in all kinds of places. Some of which is definitely important. And some of which is maybe important or maybe not important. But like, this sure seems like it could be important. As does this like random scaffolding here. The random scaffolding maybe not so much, but this feels pretty unique. Alright, where is the thing? There. In fact, right there is the thing. So from here, we can do the same thing that we did. Right? I've got blue from here. Where is it? Oh, there. And then I can also have red. Star noise! I found a star. Now I just gotta go collect it. It's all the way on the other side of the island. Way the hell on the other side of the island. Ooh. There. It's flashing. It wants my attention. It's fine. I want its attention. These things! What the hell is this? They feel important. Was Miranda kneeling in front of one of these? Or Miranda might have been right here. We still haven't found that lab either. Bright flowers. Give me the star! I missed it.
False idols are worshipped not because they are idols, but because they are false. True idols are rejected because the truth is feared.
Sure, if you think so, lady. Like, that sounds like the worst possible spin you could put on literally everything. That's really how you want to live your life, then more power to you, I suppose. But that doesn't sound particularly appealing or particularly accurate when it comes to that. There's not, like, I thought I saw a path here. Kind of. I saw a bunch of rocks. So not exactly, no. Where is the car rails? Am I on the wrong side of the island? No, it's over here. Okay, good. So this is where I need to get... Hello? Oh, I thought I saw a plaque or something. This is where I need to go in order to get the other star. There's a particular angle we need to be looking at. And from that angle, we can spot the next place we need to go on this weird scavenger hunt the Sphinx is sending us onto. Here, is this right? The statue needs to be staring more to the left, so I need to be like here. Is this right? This feels pretty close. Maybe a little bit further over? It's like right there? On the ground there? Is that right? This doesn't look quite right. Like, this angle I think is right, but this shows like a tree that's not there. This shows like... But yeah, I guess this is pretty much right. So it's somewhere on this section of coast here? I don't know what I'm supposed to be finding here. But I'm supposed to be finding something, like, right on this coast. Or maybe further up? Like, this looks like it's right on the edge of the water, but if this is the water, what's this? Maybe that's not water? Maybe it's further up? So maybe it's like that gazebo or something? Up here? This doesn't seem to have done anything, does it? Not even sure what I'm looking for. I just know that I am looking for something. Maybe a switch on the ground? Like, I see that X, and that doesn't really tell me anything. Feels like there ought to be something interactable. That's a bunny. That's probably not interactable. Bunny is booking it. What scared you, little rabbit? I see a wolf. I'm getting out of here. We're just going straight to World 4. Maybe here under the trees, where it's like harder to see things? Felt obvious once you found it. Okay. Is this the right angle? I feel like I'm supposed to be on solid ground. It's too bad this robot's only 1K. I wish we had taken this picture in 4K. It looks like it's underneath the trees. So if we assume that this is the right place to stand... Does this have the right stone layout? Like the stone versus the other stone? I feel like this is maybe the most reliable thing to be looking at. Something like this. This feels pretty close. So maybe we'll check further up underneath the trees up there? Aha. Yeah. Where is my star now? There it is. Hello, Sphinxy friend. I did the thing.
The wheel turns, but without the road, it cannot move.
Anything can be a road if you try hard enough and believe in yourself. If the wheel cannot move, then the wheel needs to rethink its own applications. The wheel could just do better. Where we're going, we don't need roads. See? See? Feels like the wheel is blaming the road for its own shortcomings. A craftsman does not blame his tools. Alright, let's follow some paths and see if we can't find a lab. Let's find some paths, and then follow some paths. Let's see if we can't find a lab. Believe I have already talked to that terminal. Is that also a Johnny Cash song? Journey? Jeez. Clearly I have no idea what I'm talking about. This feels like it might be relevant. Maybe not that relevant. Maybe less relevant than I expected. Oh, I was thinking about like big wheel keeps on turning, but that's something else, I guess. Big wheel keeps on turning. I think that is also not Johnny Cash, though. I don't know who that is. Still haven't found a lab, though. Rolling down the river is something else entirely. What are you doing here, Cryptomancer? Are you deliberately muddying the waters? This is just going to the dude. I don't want to go to the dude. The dude can deal with his stuff on his own time. We're trying to find a lab. It's like all of these songs, I can hear the chorus in my head, and that doesn't do anything to help me figure out who the song is by or any additional lyrics to the song. Yeah, this has the dots also. Okay, so all the golden doors are shared. Good. That's good to know. Or rather, shared unlock criteria. That's 8. Leaving you alone because I need a lab. Maybe there's a lab this way. It doesn't look like there's anything this way, so maybe the road will lead me to a thing that is different and new. This was a Miranda spot, but then there's nothing here. Curses! There's a 7 here. I don't want a 7, I want a lab! Aha! Discovery.
Every site we've investigated has had one of these labs, but they seem primitive compared to some of the technology we're seeing above ground.
Are we even sure that the labs and the puzzles belong to the same people?
There seems to be a connection between the experimental setups in the labs and some of the puzzle technology.
The labs are a
Correlation does not
precursor to the
necessarily
puzzles.
imply causation, though.
True. But just because we don't understand the connection, that doesn't mean it's not there.
Also,
What we have here is two things that reflect each other. We just don't understand how that reflection works or what causes it.
Maybe Miranda can tell us.
looks like we found magnets. I guess there's going to be magnets out in the world at some point. The end draft. Olufemi Kaneda. After a lifetime dedicated to the written word, I'm faced with a task I could never have expected. Writing an epitaph not only for myself, but for my species. In the unlikely event that Alexandra Drennan is successful, and one day someone reads this, what meaningful insights can I share into the strange phenomenon that is humanity? Oh, it is the same song. Okay. Well, I'm glad somebody knows what we're talking about. Thank you, Cryptomancer. Is Olufemi Kaneda, like, should I know this name? Is that, like, one of the people that work, presumably one of the people that worked with Alexandra Drennan? But should I recognize them from something in TP1? I feel like I should recognize them from, like, knowing what their role was in TP1. I've spent days thinking about it, but now I'm running out of time, so I'll set down the one thought that I simply can't shake. It didn't have to be this way. With more time, we could have found a cure. With a few political victories, we could have been prepared. Change any factor, even by a little, and we would have made it. This isn't divine punishment. It's just dumb luck. This says immortality, apparently. Yeah, that showed the Sphinx. Good job, Cryptomancer. I'm reaching for something here, but I don't know what it is. Forgiveness? Grace? Acceptance? No, I hate the idea of accepting this. Hope, maybe. I feel like the story is unfinished. Maybe it should be. No epitaphs for humanity. I pray Drennan is right. It didn't have to be this way, and yet it was. Failed to load comment. Charon. From 51 Tales by Lord Dunsany. Charon leaned forward and rode. All things were one with his weariness. It was not with him a matter of years or of centuries, but of wide floods of time, and an old heaviness and a pain in the arms that had become for him part of the scheme that the gods had made and was of a piece with eternity. If the gods had even sent him a contrary wind, it would have divided all time in his memory into two equal slabs. So gray were all things always where he was, that if any radiance lingered a moment among the dead, on the face of such a queen perhaps as Cleopatra, his eyes could not have perceived it. It was strange that the dead nowadays were coming in such numbers. They were coming in thousands where they used to come in 50s. It was neither Charon's duty nor his wont to ponder in his grey soul why these things might be. Charon leaned forward and rode. Then no one came for a while. It was not usual for the gods to send no one down from Earth for such a space. But the gods knew best. Then one man came alone, and the little shade sat shivering on a lonely bench, and the great boat pushed off. Only one passenger. The gods knew best. And great and weary Charon rode on and on beside the little silent shivering ghost. And the sound of the river was like a mighty sigh that grief in the beginning had sighed among her sisters, and that could not die like the echoes of human sorrow failing on earthly hills, but was as old as time in the pain in Charon's arms. Then the boat from the slow grave river loomed up to the coast of Dis, and the little silent shade still shivering stepped ashore. And Charon turned the boat to go wearily back to the world. Then the little shadow spoke that had been a man. I am the last, he said. No one had ever made Charon smile before. No one before had ever made him weep. There was an obvious and perhaps intended interpretation that this is the end of humanity, and the last shadow is the last human to live. But another interpretation is equally possible, that humanity has achieved immortality, and the last shadow is the last human to die. I prefer the latter. Ever the optimist, our Miranda. Trial 803, version 0.08 unsuccessful. Same problem as with trial 108. Repeated all calculations. Progress notes, Noema Project 4. Noema Project 4. A lot of Noema projects. This mortal must put on immortality. We're getting a lot of talk about immortality here. Same result. Experiment modified to gain further insights into unexpected error. Inconsistent results. Simultaneous trials affecting each other via unknown mechanism. What is going on here? Good question. Great question. Next question. So magnets, huh? How do they work? Came in from there. Feels like there ought to be another terminal over here somewhere, or a door or something. They're a hoax! Oh man. That is not the news I had about magnets. I can't believe I was suckered for so long into believing in magnets. Well, this doesn't help. For that propaganda from Big Magnet. I mean, what can I say? I'm a believer. I wanted to believe. It sounded so good. This did not provide the results I was looking for. This was definitely a lab. But I don't think this was the lab. We've got some more searching to do. Whee! Hey, look, it's an elephant. Oh, it's a remains. A slide in the form of a pachyderm. A type of playground equipment in the form of a pachyderm called an elephant. Elephants survived the extinction of biological humanity and appear to be thriving in certain parts of the world. They, however, are probably not slides. What have we got here? Oh, this was the Sphinx. I remember this. It was a disease, Mersh. The information I vaguely remember from TP1, as well as the things that have been explicitly said here in TP2, make me think that there was a something to do with global warming. They uncovered a disease in the ice caps that spread enough to completely wipe out humanity. which, you know, as not Trevor, but the other thing said, is definitely the kind of thing that they might have been able to survive had things been slightly different. This looks like it might be a lab, as opposed to just a toy, just a connector with hello. What have we found here? An ancient mechanism of unknown functionality. Unknown machine. It's impossible to reconstruct the purpose of this device. Oh, okay. Does the game have a plot? Broadly, yes. A lot of the plot involves world building and philosophical explorations. Is there a lab here? Oh, there was a dialogue thing here. Like, there's been a set of events that have led us to this point, and then at this point is a lot of exploration and a lot of, like, running around trying to figure out why the things that we see are the way they are. Which, like, slow-moving plot, but plot nonetheless. Most of the plot, I think, has been front-loaded, although there might be more stuff coming than I know.
Hey, 1K.
Tell me about New Alexandria. Oh, more details dropping about the failed city.
We made two fatal mistakes in New Alexandria. One was trusting the texts of our ancestors without thinking for ourselves. The other was giving up instead of doubling down.
That is definitely a Byron
letting the
kind of
tragedy
response.
define our future.
I somehow suspect that most of the other robots will not give me the same answer. Alright, there's gotta be another lab here somewhere. I might turn on the question marks. Or I might go solve puzzles? Suppose I could go solve puzzles. But really, I want to find the next area. And there were no schematics in the lab that I found. Which means there's probably another lab, and or unlocking the next area is done in a different way, given that this is the third in this section. Either of these are possibly true. Alright, what if I go back to the car? If I just go back to the car now, what happens? Did it unlock a new area for me? Because we haven't seen more schematics. Sure did not. Ah, there's only the one lost lab, though. So, given that I have found the lost lab, that means there's not new schematics. So we'd better finish unlocking stuff. Alright. Let's access another megastructure. Or a tower or something. Go to the place. Go to the place. Travel to East 2, yes. Just do the thing. Also, hi, Barrelicious. How's it going? Alright, so there's no need to further unlock, further finish puzzles here until I am ready for, Oh, yeah, no. Okay, yeah, this is broadly correct. This needs to be flipped. Cool. Seem to be presenting in the correct order, so that's good. Alright, Sphinx. Ask me your questions. Do your worst. Alright. Optimism and exploration. That's my personality.
Halt,
this is
creature of clay.
Not the Sphinx.
You have strayed from your garden and entered a domain that is beyond your ken. Turn back now, before you harm yourself and others.
Pandora speaks of caution and pessimism. Are you like the Sphinx?
The Sphinx speaks in riddles and knows nothing but mysteries.
Whereas Pandora
She
knows
has
only
questions,
suffering.
but no answers. I am, like you, another lost child of Hephaestus in the kingdom of Artemis. But though I am lost, I know my purpose. To stand between you and the flame.
Because trying to do anything is inevitably doomed to failure, so we shouldn't bother.
Prometheus had no authority to summon you. He is rash and foolish and given to trickery, but his schemes lead only to ruin. Therefore heed my warning. The flame is not for you.
We're not just gonna leave because you had a bad experience with a magic box. This is definitely my feelings right now. We need to know more about these technologies for the future of New Jerusalem. Nope, the
You
magic
speak in
box thing.
jest, as Prometheus is wont to, and like him, you are a fool.
Well, but she still gave us a laser. Is this one blue then? Is this a blue laser instead of a green laser? That's looking blue.
How many of those bloody things are there?
Minimum 3.
That was Pandora, which matches
Sure
the other
was.
one being Prometheus.
They seem to be locked in some kind of conflict.
Might be wise to avoid getting caught in the crossfire until we understand what these entities actually are.
Alright, well, back to the car, and let's start opening up World 3. Whee! Glad I made that jump. Not gonna try to make that one. One gap easy, 2 gaps scary. Alright, we've got some puzzles to solve out here. Let's go solve some puzzles. Anthropogenic climate change caused tundra permafrost to thaw, unleashing a virus that was extremely infectious. I did miss a triangle in 3. I haven't found a triangle here yet. So that is, I don't know about my first priority, but definitely a priority before we leave this place, is to find a triangle. Oh, interesting. It's blocked off. That's super weird. Does that mean we have to go around? Fascinating. But yes, I need to find another triangle, which maybe this is it? Maybe the triangles are just always on the map? That seems unlikely. This is probably the already solved triangle. Pre-connected. This is not an already solved triangle. I ain't solved nothing here. Oh, is there a thing here that I can grab? Gimme. I guess triangles are just already on the map. That's kind of cool. Alright, now that I'm here, what do I have access to? Okay. This needs to get on the other side. Can't take Driller through its own hole? Why not? Oh. Fine. I'll just walk it through here instead. You go over there. Driller goes over here. And now I have... Is this even useful? How is this useful? What am I trying to accomplish here? Where do lasers even... Aha! This is where lasers come from. Okay. Alright, well, I can probably get blue there. This opens this, presumably from this side. And if I can get blue there, I can get blue there. So let's try that. Yeah, that looks solvable. So now I can grab this. Oh! It toggles! Do not like that. We need to get this out there. And the only way to do so is through here. Which means we need to go grab that drill. Can I get both of those on this side? I can't pull the drill through its own hole. One thing I can do is from here get this connected to red. And then we can have the drill. Hold on. Connected there. Perfect. Places of longing. Paris. Athelvok, do an art. Paris was an ancient city, sometimes called the City of Light. One of the great capitals of the world. I don't think there was this much wilderness this close to the Eiffel Tower, but that's very cool. Love the idea of the Eiffel Tower literally in the middle of the forest. one of the great capitals of the world, home to tradition and innovation alike. It was the birthplace of one of the greatest revolutions in history, the moment that gave birth to modernity in all its glories and horrors alike. The spirit of freedom that was born here, although it was suppressed by enemies and traitors, never entirely faded, and it lived on in the minds of artists for many generations. Maybe something of that spirit still remains in us. This is a vision of Paris, or of the Eiffel Tower, that is very much a possible future. Although Athelvok is mostly describing Paris at its heyday, rather than Paris at its current time in the world of TP2. Alright, let's go find some more puzzles. Y'all got puzzles out here? Imprisoned. I see. And our goal is to get blue into there. From here. So our goal is to invert that red into blue. But first our goal is to get blue to here. So our first goal is... Our first goal is this. Ah, I see. Once that's done, we need this to keep it open. And then I can come in and rearrange things again. Now that we have this, we need blue here. Well, this was like one step of puzzle. This was not that much puzzle. I thought this was going to be messier, and then this was like real straightforward.
I sent the drone to have a look at one of the other puzzle clusters. It seems they remain inert until they're connected. I uploaded the pictures to the log.
Should we check them out with the VTOL?
Let's conserve fuel as much as we can. There's no point in going there if it's all dead.
No, but I wanted to go. Wait, is this thing still on?
The internal monologue rears its head again. Very rarely, though. Inversion. In case you were wondering, this is how puzzle works. And then what? And then we need to take blue to here. Thank you, Puzzle 1, for teaching me about puzzles. Okay, we're going straight for 7 and 8. The puzzles that are doing more interesting things. Is 8's closer? Alright, puzzle 8. What if it... Wow, that is a low wall. That is a really low wall. Positional interchange. Okay. But, like, can you do something with this? Like, for example... My cube! Oh, the cube's not going anywhere. I see. What does this give me? Okay, that'll maybe work, but some additional work needs to be done. What? Connect those. You go there. Oh, whoops. You need to keep this connection and that connection. And then also connect to that. But it's not keeping its red connection. So something else needs to happen here. It's not possible to have a red... It might be possible to have a red connection, actually. From here, we can just do this. So I can at least get stuff out of here. Ah, so this is how I keep that up, then. Right? Is we take this connection here... And then this goes here. And now that it's up... What? Okay, new plan. Also connect to there. Thank you. Let's get you up. Now that you're up and staying up, it is possible to connect here. Hold. I have to connect to two things here. Can you connect? We need a blue connector to that, first and foremost, actually. I want to get that out so that this can connect to both of the red things. But in order to do that... Oh, I guess I can do that and then just rearrange things afterwards. Oh, this also needs to be connecting to there. Now that it's up, I can put this here. No, I can put this here. This red connection is low, which is a problem. But that can't connect red there, can it? And that can't connect blue there, can it? Wait, could this connect blue there from here? No. So this needs to be out here somewhere in order to give blue. But that intersects with this. So maybe... This is what I get for doing them out of order. That's alright. This is what I signed up for. So maybe that can connect... Maybe that can connect That doesn't even have a laser connecting to it right now. What? Oh, because it wanted this. Because I wanted this. Yeah, I forgot. Yeah, that would cause problems, wouldn't it? Okay, that's fine. So now this red doesn't need to be there. But we can still connect these two. No, that causes problems. Oh, maybe now I want that to be the regular connector up there? I might want the regular connector up here. Oh, I can't do that. These are fixed. Okay, never mind. Okay, now that it's up, this can drop that connection. But if it can't drop that connection, how does this get connected if we don't have... Maybe this can drop that connection and that stays there? And then we have this connecting to there from like here? Which still results in this problem. But this can't be on the other side of this line because of the blue laser. I might have done this wrong. Maybe that connector still needs to be here. But then we don't have blue. We have blue coming out to here, and then a shifter to make it red. But that blue can't reach. That needs two shifters in between. So I think this is right, but I'm missing something. All right, let's try this without that connection. This now that has to be that. What even are we doing here? There is only blue laser. Blue is the only laser. As it stands right now, that's giving me red, but maybe that doesn't need to be giving me red. Maybe that can be giving me blue. Right? Like, if this were also connecting to that. And then also, this was keeping that open. And then also doing the inner thing. Heck yeah. Nice, 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 nice.
Good. Let's get some measurements from this particle cloud.
Alright, that's great and all. Let's get 7 done. And then we'll have one more tower to resolve here. Which, yeah, we've got enough time to get that done before end of stream. Backward propagation. Oh, that sounds promising. So what have we got here? We have got red. Okay, no, we've got nothing. Is what we've got. We've got red. Okay, that'll work, but we gotta open this thing first. Which means getting red to it from this side. Maybe we do something like that. And then I get it opened. And now that it's open, we don't need this anymore. So now it's opened, and we need to connect things in some way. This can then connect to both of these and that. Yep, pretty easy. To the tower. Each of these puzzles, I keep expecting these puzzles to require like 1 or 2 more steps than they actually require. Like, I keep expecting them to need me to do more things than we end up needing. And it's like, it's 1 or 2 logic jumps, and I'm expecting 3 or 4. Maybe that's just because it's still early on. So what happens if I... Ah, it won't let me place it. Well, that's a good answer. I'm too clever for them. That's manifestly not true. What's up, Alcatraz?
What can I do for you?
What can you do for me? What do you make of Pandora?
It's pretty clear to me that she doesn't want us to proceed with what we're doing.
She's scared.
I find that deeply concerning.
You are also scared, much like
That said,
Pandora.
there are clearly other forces at play here as well, so I'm trying my best to remain open to a more positive interpretation.
We did get called
Exactly.
there.
But we don't really understand anything yet. And
Also
this
true.
Prometheus is suspiciously absent, so I remain cautious.
Well, I think we're about to meet Prometheus here, so I'm not too worried about that. We shall see what Prometheus has to say. What have we got here? This was an easy lineup. I feel like any combination of these would have worked. Alright, let's go say hi to Prometheus, probably. Oh, it's the Sphinx again. You're not Prometheus.
Craftsman Daedalus was imprisoned in the very labyrinth he had created. His only solace was his son, Icarus. To escape their plight, he fashioned wings of feathers and wax. He warned his son to fly neither too high nor too low. But his son, enraptured by the freedom of flight, flew too close to the sun.
I am familiar with this
the
parable.
wax in his wings melted, and he fell to his death. What was the sun's error?
Hubris! Idiocy! I actually like impatience here. I think carelessness is maybe the most appropriate, right? Like, disobedience is one thing, but given the warning that he received, he was being careless. I think I'm gonna go with impatience. Like, there are ways to do the things that you want. You just need to be careful on your way there.
What matters the substance of his wings, if the sky was not meant for him?
And do you believe the
After
sky
the
was
death
not
of
meant
his
for him,
son,
Sphinx?
Daedalus withdrew in sorrow to a foreign land. King Minos came looking for the craftsman to exact his revenge. The answer to a riddle revealed where Daedalus dwelled. But for Minos, that answer was his ruin. Consider King Minos, burned in his bath, as you seek your own answer.
I kind of feel like Sphinx and Pandora are both playing the same game here. They're trying to warn us away. Well, I don't like that.
Structure. It's opening.
3 receivers, 3 towers, 3 beams, as we suspected. I think this is an invitation.
Doesn't look that inviting to me.
If you consider the size of the entire structure, then that opening must be big enough to drive a building through.
Or the VTOL.
You want us to go in there, into the creepy triangular maw of death?
Maw of death? I think it looks charming. To quote 1K, come on, Al, live a little.
Byron's right. We're here to explore, and this is a mystery worth investigating. This technology could change everything.
Oh, all right. I'm not winning this, am I?
Nope. Let's meet
Travel
up with the
to
VTOL, everybody.
Megastructure.
We're going in.
We're going in! Yeah, get on with your bad selves. Sounds like a plan to me. Although this may be a plan for Tuesday, given the
By the way,
time
I
constraints
finished
that
my
we're under.
analysis of the particle clouds.
Oh, that's good
At
to
first
hear.
I thought they might be some kind of nanotechnology, but I was wrong. It's a lot worse than that.
Worse?
What we're looking
does
at
that mean?
is a completely unknown type and state of matter. Completely inexplicable within our understanding of physics. Created and manipulated by someone.
Fascinating. Come on, people, get on board. We haven't got all day.
Alright, I have things to read. Drone data. Sent the drone to have a look at another puzzle cluster, but it seems they remain inactive until someone gets there or until the transport system goes online. Preliminary analysis of the particle cluster. Imagine an ant trying to make sense of a nuclear power plant. An armadillo trying to explain disco music. You get my drift. These particle clouds
1K.
contradict every known law of
We're all
physics.
waiting for you at the VTOL.
Y'all can keep waiting. What's really shocking here isn't that we're seeing a new and powerful technology. It's what this implies about our grasp of physics. A lot of what we thought we knew must be wrong or incomplete on some fundamental level. A humbling realization. I don't like it. No, Melville would not like to be handled. I'm gaining on you too quickly. My sympathies. The Garden. New poem. And Mesh. Yo, we got poets? I walk in the garden without fear as stars swirl across the sky. And I stand amongst the tall lilies who lift their faces to the passing eons. Here I will do no harm, and no harm will come to me. For at last my long journey is over, and I am at home. Beautiful. Makes me feel calm and happy. This is my new favorite of yours, I think. Although maybe Step by Step Towards the Nightingales might still win out. Well, let's say it's a tie. The words are definitely beautiful, but to me it seems like a poem about death. I don't think our journey is over. Maybe it will never be over. I don't think it's also about death. Hello? We are not the pessimist robot. We are the exploration robot. And that's my greatest dream, that all this is just a momentary stop, a place where we rest for a little while before we go on to new adventures. Interesting. I always thought of humanity's journey as long and exhausting, a search for a home. Homes are important, but we are wanderers, Emesh. We need new horizons. And the more we travel, the more we perceive our homes with new eyes and find more to love. Wow, a response from Byron himself! Y'all really gotta stop putting the older robots on pedestals. Think for yourselves, live your own lives. Age is not a religion. Thank you for your thoughts, everyone. I really appreciate them. Alright, well, the VTOL is right there. And we're gonna go flying straight into the megastructure. I'm sure that's a great idea. But that is going to happen on a future stream. So for now, I think we are calling it for the night, since it is about that time. Cool. This went well. I lasted longer than I expected. I thought I was going to be flagging earlier, and I didn't. I'm glad that this worked out okay. But yeah, we're going to be looking forward to more of this on Tuesday. Looking at my schedule for next week, it looks like I still have time to do Wednesday and Thursday afternoon streams, which is exciting. If I hit play, what are my percentages at? That's a good question. 21, 25, 25, 25. Presumably, if I had solved all of the puzzles up until this point, this would also be just a flat 25. Which makes sense. Everything is divided into each of the sections equally. I would believe that. That seems completely reasonable.